Hello, 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 welcome. Strange, because I was looking at my thing and it still says everything's offline. I'm like, what? So. There we go. Thing messed up. All right. For over, Jin, welcome everybody. Welcome. Let's get to the office, shall we? Hello, my name is Paul Berserker01 Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bar at the end of Twitch. It's your space bar at the end of the universe. I keep trying to say that. Gotta change the tagline. It's hard to do. Spaceline, your space bar at the end of the universe, your favorite space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. Got a good one for you. How y'all doing? So, you're going to get a rare mukbang. Not really a mukbang, but we are sponsored by Factor, as you can see here. And as part of these sponsorships, they like for me to order some food and then show you off what the food looks like and, you know, eat it or unbox it to show you. But this is the meal. This is, I believe it's chicken and mashed potatoes with asparagus. Or no, this is green beans. Green beans. It looks kind of like asparagus. In some cases, bad. Green beans. So I'm going to kind of eat a little bit of it for y'all so you can see. And to give you concept, this food came in a prepackaged meal. And, all right. And it took me 2 minutes to prepare this. How y'all doing? Trying to eat too much, so. Paul, they said B word in Squadron report. I'm scared. Make me feel safe. I don't know how to tell you this, man. But I think CIG woke up and chose violence. What B word? Okay, everyone, hold on to your seats. Make sure you're securely planted. And keep telling yourself, answer the call 2016. Kind of answer the call 2016. The B word that was used was beta. Specifically, that the animations team has moved away from alpha work into beta work. Listen, my freaking tinfoil hat has been securely on my head this entire year. And every time I say it, people are like, Paul, you're full of hopium. This is BS. If it gets announced at CitizenCon, I'm going to do a fucking victory lap to end all victory laps. I'm sure people will still move the goalposts, but like, I don't know, maybe listen to me sometimes. When do you think they'll get the Sigma work? Yeah. I'm not hoping for a cast panel, but we might see something. Everyone going to say, I got to run behind you. The ads for RF blocking? I haven't, no. Hey. Welcome to my mukbang string.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Hey, it's Nick just resubscribed for 13 months.
Thank you so much, Nick.
13.
for that 13 months of support. You're a very important pumper, very impressive, Mr. Very Neat Pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. I should line my helmet with tinfoil. I gotta stop it, yeah. As always, it's not real until CIG announces it, and even then, it's not necessarily mean that CIG is correct. I try to keep saying that to people, because for me, what's more important is that progress is being made, and that we can see progress being made, and that there's visible signs that CIG is charting through. Like they're getting through some places. Because so many people seem to be fixated on, well, what's the status of X, or what's going on with Y? And for me, you answer those questions as best you can. And if CIG is answering those questions, that means they're doing a pretty good job of kind of keeping us in the loop about things. And when CIG answers those questions, then people move the goalposts again and again because they don't really care about the game. They just want to see it fail because vindication, justification, I don't know. There's other people who are like legitimately, oh yeah, that's great. I want to hear that. And so for me, seeing all these signs pointing that CIG is at least going to get to beta towards the end of this year for Squadron 42 is interesting. I'm answering the call whether you're Nike or not. I'm skeptical, but it feels a lot like they're gearing to announce it at CitizenCon. Yeah. Let the good man eat hay, Winter. I'm just showing off our lovely sponsor, Factor. This is a Factor meal. I just had the chicken, which was very good. And I've got the mashed potatoes, and I've got the beans to eat. And yeah, this is great. It took me 2 minutes to make it. I would have eaten it earlier, but I wanted to show it off on stream because they asked me to kind of unbox it a little bit and show it off. It's super easy to make. They're super convenient. They're small, but they're very filling. They got good balanced in there. They got pretty much any kind of food you like, from seafood to vegetarian food to sort of kind of stuff. What's Beta? It's a mythical land that exists beyond the sea. It's where King Arthur went when he died. That's where Beta is. That's what Beta is. Z. I only believe the feature is real when white smoke rises over Manchester office. Yeah. So we're talking about a couple of things. I'm going to do a standalone video on the main topic, which is the leading topic, which is Rastar and base building. Because I think a lot of people were like, this ISC sucked. And I'm like, there's a lot of stuff they confirmed in there that people didn't realize. Like nice, subtle things they confirmed. I mean, that's not so much hint as in they sold it. They sold the Pioneer on base building. That's why the Pioneer exists. That was their announcement that they were going to be doing that feature. I have a $50 ship from like 4 or 5 years ago, just wanting for the game to be released. It's going to be a bit. You're likely not going to see the game released in a traditional form, in the sense of like a 1.0 announcement release for a while. But Star Citizen is likely going to end up as a kind of a, what I call a soft launch. A lot of people call it soft launches, where they'll reach a beta state and they'll just stop wiping it and then add more content over the feature. But you're probably still a couple years away from that, though. It's early access right now, I would say. They don't have to, though, Jen, because if they keep it in beta and say they're going to stop wiping, when they actually get to UEC, they'll activate the UEC. But that's not until launch. And they can just convert the alpha UEC to UEC and they'll be done. It prevents people from hoarding UEC for, like, paid for UEC, before the launch. And if there's something that's actually wrong that they have to wipe again, they'll wipe, but they'll reach a point where they want to stop wiping and they'll stop wiping. It gives them the option to both say no, but also say yes. Pretty much get my Star Citizen used to you. I don't watch Fisher. Well, thank you for watching there, Z. I'm very in-game for looting derelict spaceships. Was sold this very early dev video where they're EVAing into a starfare that's broken in half in space. That's the gameplay I want. That's kind of there right now. There, Inky. There's just no like an AI NPCs that are fighting you, but that's there in game right now. It's been in the game for a couple years now.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Hey, Tenku.
Take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Mason Cordian just resubscribed for 27 months.
Thank you so much, Mason. Thank you for that 27 months. You were very important, pub. We're very impressive. But any bit I streamed this is your fault. You return to trust and cheers and chat, y'all. Trust and cheers. Yeah, I thought it was okay until they said the UI is a bit clunkier than what players will see, and it was nice that it is Rastar going to be is dope. Yeah, a couple things I'm going to talk about with that, which is why it's important to talk about. These green beans have a little bit of a spice to them. It's nice. They're not spicy, but like they actually put some flavor into these things instead of making them bland, which is really cool. And that's what I like about Factor. For those of you who don't know, again, we're sponsored by Factor, exclamation point Factor in chat. If you want to get a code to get 50% off your first box. But the idea is you get boxes that have these little have these meals in them. Each meal is a pretty balanced meal. They have all the nutrition facts on it. And it's 2 minutes to prepare and you're done. Absolutely fantastic for the whole thing. It's not new, but it's confirmation. Yeah, people in chat will tell you. When last we were sponsored by them, and they got the deal. It's good. It's not like gourmet meals, but you know, you're paying the price of what you'd pay if you went out to eat at like a chain restaurant, but you're getting the quality of that, and it's from your home, and it's 2 minutes in the microwave. It's not a bad deal, especially for that first box. And if you don't like it, you can always cancel it, but that gives you 50% off. Is a huge deal. So you just give it a shot. The actor's been a lifesaver all in grad school. Yeah, it's pretty good. Just feels like it's almost close to being a game worth really playing. Do Baldur's Gate lore. I cannot do the Sword Coast lore. Do not ask me to do Sword Coast lore. I could. I really could. But holy shit, Faerun is a massive time sink to get into that. Argo, I believe, actually, Jin. It's the Argo, MCV. Dalelands or Moonseed lore? Those sound familiar. I don't know why, though. You know, Waterdeep campaign? Yeah. For those of you who don't know, Baldur's Gate is actually based off of a D&D universe. Like, it was built for Dungeons and Dragons called Faerun. Faerun's a continent. It is huge. And there's tons of different locations. And the place that people probably know the most of are the Sword Coast, which is Waterdeep and Baldur's Gate. And there's a couple other places in there as well, which are pretty popular. Oh, Forgotten Realms. I'm sorry. Faerun is the continent, though. And the Forgotten Realms has been around since, I think, 2nd edition. So, like, the 90s. So there's lore that dates back to the 90s. Plus, you have several characters whose lore starts in Faerun and the Forgotten Realms. Like Drizzt, who's, like, got, like, a 12-volume series with him, plus other people as well. Plus Baldur's Gate 1, Baldur's Gate 2, and now Baldur's Gate 3. Greyhawk was the first one. You asked us to not now we have to say it by this, that's the law of the internet. Ed Greenwood has a YouTube channel that goes into the lore of the Forgotten Realms. That's a pretty good one. All right. Personally, I prefer something like HelloFresh, but I like cooking my meals. Yeah, that's the difference between Factor and HelloFresh. They're actually owned by the same company, but Factor is you don't have to cook, and HelloFresh is cooking. So HelloFresh is a little cheaper as a result because they're not actually putting the preparation in. You have to do it yourself, but it's pretty good. We've been sponsored by them as well. And Factor is much more of a, especially for people who are very busy. So if you're constantly working or you're getting home late, you just don't have a lot of energy, you don't have anyone else to help cook dinner, or if you are constantly going out to lunch and you'd rather have like pre-prepared meals, but you can't bring those with you, you forget to make them, Factor's a really good service for that. Can be kind of pricey though, which is the only downside of it. But as a result, again, 50% off. I think the recent D&D movies, the old D&D movies were not set in Forgotten Realms, but the recent one is, right? Where does it take place? The new one. Does it take place near the Great Divide? There's only one D&D movie. Hey, Dracon, we're doing office hours because I didn't do it yesterday because I was kind of messed up. This was in Waterdeep. Okay. Yep. Waterdeep's not that far. Waterdeep's about like just up the coast or just down the coast from Baldur's Gate. What star citizenship would you fly in the Star Wars universe? The Retribution. Ah, Neverwinter, right. Neverwinter is south, I want to say, as well from that. Basically, all of the D&D games take place on the Sword Coast. Neverwinter, Waterdeep, and Baldur's Gate are all on the Sword Coast. Is it north? The question, do you watch Strange New Worlds? I haven't. I do want to, because my claim to fame, and this is important to say, is that I've actually met in person, oh gosh, why am I blanking on his name? Captain Pike. Anson Mount. Anson Mount and I went to the same college. We did the same theater program. He's older than me, so he was in school before I was, but he came to visit my school before he was super big and famous, and to do kind of talk about his experiences in television and movie making and stuff like that. So I actually tweeted, like, my claim to fame is that I know Anson Mount. I burned a couch with Anson Mount. And he actually responded to me on Twitter, like, oh, okay, I don't remember that. I'm like, well, yeah, you probably don't, because you burned a lot of couches. And he said, yeah, to be fair, I did burn a lot of couches at school. No, Brave New Worlds. Brave New World Pike. The Anson Mount, the newest one. Yeah, Strange New Worlds, yeah. I'm gonna milk the shit out of that, though. I went to the same theater program as Anson Mount. Captain Pike from Strange New Worlds, so. I'm not a good actor. I didn't go there for acting, I went there for writing, but. Hey now, you're a Rastar, how about that bass? Yeah. Yeah, that's not something I talk about a lot, but actually the school I went to has a writer in residence program. So we actually had professional writers who came in and I had to take a school with them. That's one of the reasons why I went to the school, because it has a really good writing program, which is why I wanted to. And I didn't participate in it other than for the theater side of things, but. Oh yeah, better Pike than, yeah, the guy in Multiverse of Madness. No, we have not done the monthly report yet. We just started about 20 minutes ago, so. So you're one bacon away from Pike, 2 bacon away from Mountain and Gabriella.
You can take away my space.
Was Ancient Mountain
You can even take away my space.
Game of Thrones? Huh.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
The First Tasty has subscribed.
Thank you so much, First Tasty, for continuing that gift sub. You're a very important pupper, very impressive pisser. If any of the pedestrian, this is your fault. You wish you drink night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space.
Half Thor. I didn't pay attention to a lot of Song of Ice and Fire.
Randir_Lom just resubscribed for 16 months.
Thank you so much, Randir, for that 16 months of Prime sub. And then we got First Tasty with the gift sub.
G-Coop just got a sub from the First Tasty. The First Tasty gifted a tier 1 sub to G-Coop.
Thank you so much for gifting that sub there, First Tasty, to G-Cube. You were both very important puppers, very impressive pissers. You both rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Agreed. It's a gray area that eventually does need to be covered. Oh, the human Romulan war. Yeah, it'd be cool to see that. All right, so I'm going to go a little bit further before we get into the ISC, but just let me know. I'll let y'all know that I'm going to be doing a standalone video on why this Inside Star Citizen is much more important than people realize. Because of a couple confirmations and a couple of things. The big one is that they've confirmed an RTS style building mechanic. So that means that the building mechanic we see in, say, in Starfield, which is kind of the top down, kind of you place it and then kind of it builds it out. Something like that is going to be what we see in Star Citizen space building when that actually eventually at some point in the distant future before the heat death of the universe comes out. So I'm happy it's RTS and not like every other survival game. Yeah. So the idea is I'm going to talk about that confirmation, why that's a big deal, and how it's likely going to work in Star Citizen based off of what we understand. Things like the Pioneer not being a constructor, but more like a fabricator where it builds portions. So. But are you saying we're going to be able to truly customize our stuff? Possibly. But don't you think it's odd they announced that like no big deal? Not really. That's how CIG kind of does things. If you read a lot of the monthly reports, they drop a lot of they dropped casually said beta in a Squadron 42 monthly report. Like, that's never been on any monthly report ever. And suddenly the animation team is going from alpha to beta work. Like, what the fuck? just no big announcement. There was no discussion about it. It's just they're now working on beta work. And animation isn't exactly a small team, nor is it an insignificant team when it comes to fucking video games. All right, y'all. I'm going to head out here in a moment to use the restroom real quickly because I make sure I got everything done. Don't we need server meshing first? Oh, yeah, certainly. For that, I mean, remember, Squadron 42 is different from Star Citizen. What's required for Squadron 42 to go into beta is not the same as what is required for Star Citizen to go into beta. So. Question, what feature is speculated to come out that you feel has no shot of making it into the game? Well, a lot of people will say the PvP slider they still hold on to. That's not going to be a thing. I think agent smithing, where you're able to take over an NPC on a ship. I don't think that's going to be a thing. I think there'll be a limitation for the amount of NPCs you can control or you can hire. Let's see what else. I think a lot of this is less of a not coming out thing, but more of an expectations thing. I think a lot of people expect capital ships to be incredibly powerful, which of course they will be, but not nearly as powerful as people think they are, because they're going to require so many resources to function that unless you're actually doing something that's going to make up all of that funds, you're going to be hemorrhaging money. So. I think farming is another one that's probably not going to come. I think it may come in the future, but it's definitely not something that's going to make it into the launch of the game. I also think that a lot of the base building is going to be very basic. I don't think we're going to see, or it's going to come in and they're going to say base building version 0 is done, and then they'll come back to it 3 years later to improve upon it. So. Oh yeah, the NPCs you get from your different game packages. I don't think it's happening. Farming is easy. That's why it's not going to make it, Jin. It's going to be so low priority that it'll constantly be overshadowed by other options and eventually just get forgotten about. Yeah, but the thing is the Endeavor. Why would the farming come with the Rylan? That doesn't make any sense. The Endeavor is not coming in until after the game is launched.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space.
Oh, the PvP slider? That's an old thing that some people still think is going to happen.
Arkihan just resubscribed for 17 months.
Thank you so much, Arkin, for that. 17 months of Twitch Prime. You were very important, Papa. Very impressive, sir. Very needed profession. This is your fault. You're the reason I'm drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. So originally, the idea was pitched that there would be a slider that you could participate in where if you said you'd never wanted to PvP, you would never have to PvP in certain zones. That the slider would slowly become less and less effective as you get into more and more wild zones. So if you wanted to go into places like Pyro, the PvP slider wouldn't work. But if you had the PvP slider on, you wouldn't see other players while you were playing the game in places like Stanton. That was the idea. But that idea was quickly abandoned when they wanted to do more and more open world stuff. So instead, they've been trying to make it so that there is going to be a natural predication so that the servers you are in will be, you'll be dropped into servers based off of your own experience. So people who are really into PvP will be dropped into servers that are more likely to be PvP versus players who are not. I don't know exactly how that's going to work, though. They may be shifting you over to different shards for that, but that's a question. It is a wall of growing food. Yeah, that's not really. That's like saying the current salvage mechanics is full salvage. It's like, that's not really farming. Yeah, it was stupid, but a lot of people still hold on to it, especially early backers, saying it was never officially dropped. It's like, yeah, but I don't remember where it was said officially dropped, but they did say that they moved away from it. These are things that I just think that are likely not going to actually make it in. I think if given enough time and money, CIG will get everything they want in. But there's a difference between what they want in eventually and actually release. I think most people who play Star Citizen will play it around when it launches in beta, and those who stick around will stick around forever. And that may be 50% retention, I think, at best. Probably more like 30% of the people who get hyped up for the initial beta launch who will stick around towards the actual for the rest of it. And then there'll be another upsurge when it fully releases, but that could be a while. And yeah. So I think when you look at the realities of video gaming, not just Star Citizen, the realities of gaming in general, is that Star Citizen has the potential to be very, very good. And everyone says, yo, Star Citizen has plenty of potential, but potential doesn't make a good game, which is true. But at the same time, there's nothing quite like Star Citizen in the market. And I mean that not as like a Star Citizen fanboy. I mean that as there's nothing that does Star Citizen. Nothing. Because Star Citizen is an unsellable game. You just don't make money off of a game like Star Citizen. You don't make and I don't mean making money. I think obviously CIG makes money, but the amount of money that CIG makes is a joke. What do you mean, Paul? They've made over $500 million. Still a joke. Like $500 million is what fucking EA wipes its ass with its mobile apps. CIG is nowhere near the amount of money that an average publisher would ask for. Like, it just doesn't happen. Star Citizen barely does Star Citizen yet, but it does more than any other game. There's no other game that has what Star Citizen has now. Multi-crew, being able to get out of your seat, walk around your ship while it's flying, landing on planets, taking off without any cutscenes, being able to go onto planets with ground vehicles and do like actions, fighting, driving around stuff, go into ground bases, land in cities, fully rendered cities, maybe not accessible, but fully rendered. You see the whole damn thing. Again, no cutscenes, being able to earn ships in game, equipment in game, have a reputation that's based off of those things, have special events that go over crazy. Like, none of that shit exists in all. Like, some of it has some things like landing on planets procedurally, or, bases and stuff like that, or being able to walk around in your ship. But no game has all of that. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm talking about right now. Yeah, $500 million is just a drop in a bucket. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just a baby.
Angry Sparrow Sparrow74 just had a space baby.
Thank you so much for that 9 months of support there, Angry Sparrow. 9 months ago, you made the worst mistake you could. You subscribed on Twitch. Now, 9 months later, our space baby is born. What shall we name our space child, our Twitch child? And there'll be nothing like Star Citizen after Star Citizen takes too long and after it takes too long and too much money. I don't think Star Citizen will ever produce the kind of money that a publisher would want. Even fully released. Even the worst fucking microtransactions you can imagine in Star Citizen. And before anyone goes, oh, it already has macro. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like fucking decals cost you 99 cents per decal. Like I'm talking like the most heinous shit you can imagine in terms of nickel and diming everything, locking all customization to paywalls. I'm talking about that kind of shit. Even if they did that, they would still not make the kind of money that, you know, one single battle royale game can make in a week. Hey, Gully. What's up, you scholarly punk?
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
SFSX Shingo just resubscribed for 24 months. Happy 2-year Twitchiversary. Hope everyone has a great weekend.
Hey, SFX Shingo, thank you so much for that 24 months, 2 years. You were a very important pupper, very precipice, very needed pedestrian. This is your fault. You return drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Don't you think other companies will catch up what CIG is doing? They don't. No, they would never want to, because they'd have to develop the technology to do so. And developing the technology that CIG is doing is not worth it. It takes too much time. It takes too much money. Star Citizen won't, but they also built a dev company, so a follow-up game. Yeah. I think Squad 42 will do pretty well. And that'll probably make more money than Star Citizen in the long run, especially if they do it pretty well. I don't know if CIG will license their tech, and I've heard that a lot. Here's the problem. We don't know how much of the license, how much of the stuff they're making is designed specifically for the proprietary engine that Amazon has. It's got a new name. It's not called Lumberyard anymore. And the fact that nobody uses Lumberyard means that no one will want to use the tech that CIG develops. And CIG constantly, ask any developer, if there's in chat, please confirm, because I've asked this before with other developers, about the UI interfaces that they build for their tools. They're hot garbage. They're barely designed to work with people, and people are still have to be trained on how to use them, and they still don't always know them, which is one of the reasons why tools aren't always speeding up process. They just take time for people to learn them as well. So that's why you can't just drop a new person in front of a new tool and say, good luck, if they have to take months to do that. It's still kind of called Lumberyard. There's Lumberyard pages on Amazon. It got a name change a while back. They just haven't changed it. Licensing comes with expectations of documentation and support, the latter of which CIG would never do. Exactly. Open 3D engine is what they're called. Okay. It's the same. It's Lumberyard. It's just called Open 3D engine. It's Lumberyard. New World runs on Lumberyard, or the Open 3D engine, but that's the only game other than Star Citizen. There's no other games. There might be one or two that Amazon's made, but they're not really that popular. And New World is published by Amazon. So Amazon would have to license the equipment to be able to do stuff like that, which they don't really have.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
subscribed.
The Voodoo View, thanks so much for that Twitch Prime sub. You are a very important pub, or a very impressive pisser of any pedestrian. This is your fault. You're trying to drink match. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Thank you for that Twitch Prime sub. Okay, but you, like you said, companies like EA would wipe their behind with that $500 million. Is it really the tech that would only CIG can make? No, but that's the problem. There's no reason to make the tech. CIG makes a ton of money, right? They make a couple $1 million. They make what, $100 million a year. Let's double that. Let's just say they at release they're making $200 million a year. Let me look at Apex Legend. Let me see, it's hard in millions. Apex, Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes made $109 million last year. Or in 2022. Galaxy of Heroes made half of what that would be. Made more money than Star Citizen did, CIG did. Why would they want to develop a technology that takes them 10 years to catch up on? Even if, let's just half it, 5 years to make the kind of money that they can do with a mobile game. There's no incentive to build new technologies unless there's a revenue or some sort of money making. Remember, video game publishers don't give a fuck about video games. They only want money. Video games are a means for them to earn money. And if a game can be made that's simple and easy for them to do with current technologies that can make them hundreds, if not, thousands of millions of dollars, then they'll fucking do it. There's just not a need for it. And Star Citizen, as a game, requires tech to be built that doesn't exist yet. To run the kind of ambitions they want to do is insane. No one would fucking build a game like this because it would take them too long and be too overly complex, and they could never make their money back. Yeah, revenue is $7.7 billion. I'm just talking about the mobile games. Galaxy of Heroes made them over $100 million in 2022. Alone. Not to mention FIFA Soccer, Golf Clash. FIFA Soccer made them $75 million. Here, let me show you. I don't know how accurate this is. It seems about right though. There's a source here for it. All right, look at that. Look at that. Apex Legends Mobile made them $34 million. It probably took them not even half of that to make that game. Even to support it probably takes less than $1 million. Maybe $10 million. Let's just say $10 million to support that game. That'd be, So the real reason, I know a lot of people, it's like, well, this game will come out and blow Star Citizen. It will never do that because there's never a financial incentive to do that. Like, yes, CIG has earned over $500 million, but it's not like it's sitting in a war chest. That's been spent. We don't know how much money is left over, but it's not a ton. And that's why they constantly are getting more funds, because they have to keep the lights on. I don't know much about game development, but overhead, but I can assure you $600 million over the course of 11 years of development with aggressively expansion means the lights are barely on at CIG. I wouldn't say they're barely on. I'd say they're comfortable, but they're not like... Chris Roberts isn't sitting on a fucking billion-dollar war chest somewhere. That's the genius of CIG. Well, and that's what I mean, is by Star Citizen will never be made again, because no one would, risk an open development like Star Citizen. No one would ever want to make a universe like Star Citizen with a tech to be able to do it. We might see some pretenders. We might see some attempts at, like, a Freelancer 2 by Microsoft, or a Wing Commander Privateer by EA. Like, they might attempt it, but it'll be something akin to what we see at best with Elite Dangerous. And Elite Dangerous is probably more, because, like, look at what fucking FDev is doing. They don't give a shit about Elite. Not because they don't, like, the developers don't care, but the publishing wing need money, and they don't make enough money off of Elite. They developed the shit of that game. This is the reason why when I say, like, I want to support, like, even if Starfield is only a mediocre success, I want to support it, because Bethesda is taking a massive gamble on releasing Starfield. Starfield is not the kind of game that gets made, because they're not going to make a ton of money after all of that fucking investment they've made in the game and in that game itself. It's a massive gamble. Like, Microsoft has only greenlit the development of this game because they need a first-party title that can compete with the big boys. Like, that's why Starfield exists. Look at all of the marketing. Microsoft is spending probably close to the budget that they had for the game itself on marketing for Starfield because they need it to succeed. And if Starfield succeeds, we'll get more space games, at least somewhat ambitious space games to what they have. Yeah, but Frontier Games, see, Daddy, Frontier Games making 140 million is on all of their games, not just Elite. Elite probably made, even if they made the majority of that, still made them less money than CIG does on Star Citizen, and that's saying a lot. Plus, they also published the Demon Hunters, Chaos Gate Demon Hunters, for like 40K. They had publishing stuff they make money from. Yeah. That's why I mentioned the developer, not the game. Yeah. How Starfield, even Starfield Rare is only because Todd Howard is also crazy. Yet he has a lot of power. Like, you don't get a game like Starfield made unless you're a Todd Howard. Unless you've made Skyrim. You know? But even Starfield isn't Star Citizen. They've had basically infinite money. They have the backing of one of the most powerful corporations on the planet. They have some of the best reputation in the games industry, maybe not for players, but for developers and for like business people, because they made fucking Skyrim, which has sold $1 bajillion. And still, they didn't want to go to the depth of Star Citizen because it was too hard and didn't make sense for their universe. Like, that shows you how difficult Star Citizen is. Games like Star Citizens are. And that's just a lot of fucking work that's not worth it when you can make another Call of Duty clone, or, you know, hire an indie developer who's spent like 4 years working on their bespoke game engine, which, you know, kicks off. So, like the reason why I'm talking about this is because I really wanted to get people, like, put people's perspective on what's going on. CIG is not a moneymaker. As much as they make money, they're not rolling in the dough. It's one of the reasons why I'm a little hesitant about CIG getting out the fucking LA Convention Center. It's like, why are you releasing the LA Convention Center over 2 days? That seems incredibly expensive. like they can't afford that. I don't know why they're doing it. And my guess is that the only reason why they would do this for 2 days is because they've got a big announcement that they want to make a splash about. So. The point is that there's never going to be another Star Citizen. It's not going to happen. And because of that, CIG is going to do what they can until the game's finished. Until the money stops flowing in, they'll keep making it. That could take a long time. It's the same drug. It's the same jug. But it's 50 liters of water, so. Oh, not 50 liters, it's 50 ounces, which is 50 liters would be much bigger. Let me American, let me communist that freedom unit for you. It's about 1.5 liters. It's bigger than my head. Or it's as big as my head. Yeah, we are sponsored by Factor, though. As I've been saying, I do swear by this product. The only problem is it's a little expensive. But if you're tired, you get home from work, you don't have time to cook, and you're looking for good meals, and you don't want to go out because that takes time or, you know, it's expensive. You don't have really control over the factors. You just want to get food. Well, Factor is a great service that gets you food, like plenty of different sizes for boxes. You could get, like I got the 4-pack, but you can get up to like the 24-pack or something like that of food per. I think it's maybe 12 max, but of food per month, per week. And each is a meal. It's self-contained. It takes 2 minutes to cook in a microwave. It's a fantastic service. The food is pretty good for the price. That, like I said, it is a little expensive. However, because they're sponsoring us right now, if you use my code, Factor SE43712 at checkout, you will get 50% off of your first box. So maybe it costs you $150, $170 to get it. Well, 50% off right away. You're getting, you know, $70, $60 cost you maximum. So good deal to just try it out and see if you like it. And it's free to, you know, kind of cancel it and stop it if you need to. So. All right, I'll be right back, y'all. Totally off topic, but aren't they shooting for 64 tick servers for Star Citizen, up from 30 ticks we have now? I think at some point. All right, be right back. Make sure it's on. Should be on now. If you're on YouTube, mute until I come back because the Twitch chat's about to go nuts.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Complicated professor.
Weapons free, y'all. Good news, everyone.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up. It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Bounty hunting is a complicated profession.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Bounty hunting is a complicated profession.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
I'm fly. I'm pilot.
Bounty hunting is a complicated profession.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Good news, everyone.
Bounty hunting is a complicated profession.
I'm just an
It was at this
old-fashioned
moment that
cowboy.
he knew. He fucked up. It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up. It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Weapons free, y'all.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up. It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Hello, I like money.
Drugs.
Cajitas wares.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up. It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Hello.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up. It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Two words. Distress bacon.
Drugs. 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 Drugs.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
I'm back. Stop it. No more fun.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Sorry. I had to go. Paul, that was weird. 90% of them were Zoidberg. Hey, Futurama is back, so for the third time after being canceled 3 times. I was okay when it was canceled the second time. I was okay with calling it done. But no, they wanted to bring it back for some reason. Talking about Space Ham in the YouTube chat. Hey! Is this your first house, Chief? I thought you already had a house. Good to hear that. Oh, it's not your first. Okay, yeah. Congratulations. Nope, it wasn't broken, Tom. That's just what chat does when I leave. If I don't do it, they complain, so. All right. All right, let's watch Inside Star Citizen and get on to the monthly report. But effectively, I'll kind of explain a little bit about this, but I'm going to do a standalone video, which I'll try to make sense, but, you know. So Futurama is the next Space Simpsons then? Maybe. Space Simpsons. Turn it all the way up so you can actually hear.
Rastar, first introduced in development at CitizenCon 2951, is a tool that allows developers to easily place and manipulate structures on the surface of planets and moons in systems Stanton, Pyro, and beyond. And in the time since, work's progressed to stabilize and shore up the tech so the team can use it on a whole host of locations, from the most recent derelict settlements to a reconfiguration of existing UGFs in the upcoming Alpha 320.
Currently in the Stanton system, there are 70 underground facilities, or UGFs as we call them. And when these were built a couple of years ago, we had the kits to build a wide variety of these assets. However, due to technical limitations, we weren't able to realize their full potential. At that time, we had 70 locations, but we only had 2 security UGFs and 2 drug UGFs. This isn't a case of we haven't had enough assets or enough time to do the art. Up until this point, we have all the things that we need to do the job. The Rastar tool has really just allowed us to take this to the next level. We are now able to go back and to revisit these 70 locations to create a wide amount of variety so that each location doesn't look like a copy-paste version of the.
So note that this is the reason why certain aspects were pushed from 320 because of the Rastar tool. So I think this is the reason why they were delaying some of the aspects of, I think it was like one of the missions was pushed. The consignment missions were pushed, and there's another one that was pushed. It's that's in 320 to a later one. So
this has allowed us to really go back, spend some time with these locations, and help them realize their full potential.
Rastar is our in-house planetary location building tool. It uses an RTS placement system combined with modular elements to allow the artist to build locations at the surface of planets and celestial.
So, first thing to point out, he says an RTS placement system. Now, unless that's an acronym for something else I've never heard of before, that sounds like real-time strategy, which, you know, StarCraft, probably big famous for it. Warcraft was probably the biggest famous for it. Command & Conquer. So we know what that is, and they show it here in the future. So we know that Rastar uses RTS placement tools. All right, continue on.
Bodies. Since SeasonCon, we highly focus on usability and stability to make tool rocks.
So we know when this was produced. This was produced on July 24th of this year at 12:09 probably around noon. So July 24th was last Monday. So this was recorded last Monday. So this is pretty recent.
Solid. It's a small project by 3 people, Mark, Nice, and I, and we are excited for the developers to be able to use it now.
These are not the new UGFs that you've probably heard about in events like CitizenCon. These are just the same old UGFs, but we've just given them a fresh coat of paint, and we're going to be placing them alongside the existing locations and just giving them.
No offense, but at this point, I think they're rolling the dice to see if features make a push save. What do you mean there, Chief?
A bit of a refresh. Let me show you how Rastar works in the engine. So here we are on Daymar. I'm going to give you a little sneak peek of the Rastar tool in action and how we build up a location.
I believe this area right here, this is all part of the CryEngine editor, I believe. I may be wrong on this one, but this looks like the internal tools that I've seen before with CryEngine. So like probably the Star Engine, whatever it is. So
from scratch. So the first thing that we would usually do, not in this case with the UGS because they already have predefined locations, but we do a little bit of location scouting on the planet to find a nice, cool location.
This is a total waste of time. What do you mean, Steve?
So I'm going to open up the Rastar tool over here, and the first thing that I need to do is create a location. Before I go any further, I do need to say that the UI for the Rastar tool as it stands is not the final version that the players are going to see at the end of the day. This is pure.
You got that, right? So first off, we know it's an RTS tool, which is going to just demonstrate here anyways. But he also said this is not what the players are going to see at the end of the day. So I know, but Paul, we always knew that the Rastar tool is going to be the player made. Yes, but this is a confirmation that's still the case, which CIG, if they weren't going to do that, would have shut the fuck up and not told us anything. But the fact that they're saying this and they made it through the edit means that it's still planned, which is nice. And also the fact that it's getting, version 1 updates and kind of messing around with it is also another good one. So I'm going to go over that in more detail later, but like I said, I'm going to do a standalone video for it. There's a couple things, but especially with other topics and other things they've said about the Pioneer, plus the leak of the MCV, which I think indicate at least as CIG's planning, which, CIG planning can be 5 years off, see the road to Pyro. But it's still important to kind of do that.
Purely for artistic and development purposes, and I will say it has definitely come a long way in the 2 years that I've been using it. So the first thing we do is we create a location. We get this grid on the ground over here, which allows us to.
They told us they will not rework something that will be reworked again, new underground facilities. They should not be doing this. It sounds like what they're doing is they're going to keep these UGFs. And maybe these will be the new small UGFs versus the new medium UGFs, because I believe the ones that they showed off were the medium UGFs to add variety. So originally they were going to can this, but it doesn't sound like they're canning these. It sounds like they're still using them. So
to define the location size and apply different effects and statuses to the location. We have some settings for the aesthetics like dirt and wear, which I can get into in a little bit. But the
they never reworked these though. Yeah, they've never touched them really.
First thing that I want to do is create a much larger location size because I know that I want to cover quite a large footprint. And then we're going to go ahead and add an element from the...
I believe the ones they showed off were the medium ones. They may be as small ones, but yeah, these could just be a different variety that they can populate with.
The UGF main buildings. And let's add a drug one to the mix over here. So that's going to be the base building that everything is dressed around. That's going to be the center point of this location. The cool thing that Rastar enables us to do is also have certain modifiers and volumes applied to our object containers, so that, for example, if I were to move this location up, the terrain would automatically conform to the ground that needs to be.
That
just saves artists a lot of time from having to do these sort of things manually and allows us to focus on the creative side of things. The next thing we need is 3 turrets. These turrets, depending on whether you are at a security UGF or a drug UGF, will react in different ways to the player. Obviously more hostile in a drug environment than if you were in a normal friendly environment. So these will go just dotted around the place. And these currently don't have any turrets spawned on them, but they do that when I hop into game. The next thing we want to do is we want to focus on large to small shapes and dressing. So the first...
the original bare bones UGFs are 1.0 versions. These are showing off as 1.5. In my opinion, Pyro has the first 2.0 versions. Yeah, but what Steve is saying is that this is a waste of assets because they're just going to replace these with the new UGFs anyways. So this, what they're doing is putting lipstick on a pig. Like, eventually this is going to be destroyed, so why put extra effort into something that's going to be removed anyways? And I think the answer is because they're putting extra effort into it, it's not going to be removed. It's just going to be, some of them may be replaced with the new UGFs, but these are still going to be around. So it doesn't look like they're throwing them away, which is good because, like, look at Alisar. It's so old they have to replace it entirely. It's going to be gone. But the fact that they think they can take these things that were built for a CitizenCon and actually turn them into permanent fixtures in the universe says a lot.
Thing I might do over here when walking through this process is get some of these larger clusters, these shipping containers.
I just wish they showed off what they're doing interior changes. My guess is that's CitizenCon. Because one of the things they created was called I forgot the name of it. It's a system that allows them to set themes per room in anything. So like the outposts, the frontier outposts have different themes that they can place into. Overlays, thank you, Darsh. Overlays that they can place over the frontier outpost for, like, is it a bandit camp? Is it a mining facility? Is it, whatever. So they can change the look and interior just by dropping an overlay into it, which is effectively like a pre-made module for that fits the inside of any material. I'm muted? I'm not muted. I don't think. It's not saying I'm muted. Okay. So core space is just muted. So it's important to know. CitizenCon, from hell's heart I step at thee. Also, there's no medical space anyway, so it goes, yeah. Been in this UGF for 3 days.
The UGFs are used for storage as well as research, so having ample space for storage outside as well as in is always good to have.
And this feels like Flexi Trees and City Skylines. That's good, because this is the tool that eventually players will get a handle on for base building. I'll go over that when we get to the end.
And now I just want to define, like, the footprint of the space, so dividing it up into sub-areas as well as the larger UGFs. So we can have, you know, maybe some structures like research stations and habitations on the exterior, and just break that into little branches of spaces. We might have one over here, and then maybe let's spread this location out a little bit. Maybe let's have a little bit of dressing near these turrets. So I'll grab one of these clusters. Cool thing with Rastar, you can also do like quick rotates before you place stuff, so you have a good idea of what stuff is going to.
Isn't Citizen Gone really far away? What are we getting till then? Nothing? This? Get used to it. This is what's going to be for 3 months.
Look like before you do. Just like to get a little bit of unevenness to the terrain over here. Helps things from feeling too.
It's not early October. It's October 21st, Del. It's the end of October.
Flat. And let's get one of these larger structures in the back over here. These sort of like chimneys. So this is how I would normally go about creating like 3 distinct separate locations, even within one larger point of interest. So now the point from this afterwards would be to just create paths leading to and from the UGF that would naturally draw the player in, and then to set dress with smaller elements. So there's some more functional things that I do need to do first. For example, the UGF does come with these 3 floodlights, but we might need extra areas of illumination elsewhere. So I'm going to go ahead and place some extra floodlights around here. When the Rastar tool is turning red like that, it's just doing a collision check on all of the objects around it to make sure I'm not placing anything on top of each other, and just making sure everything is kept neat and tidy. So I might need to just place it over there, and then if I want it closer, I can always snap it to a surface closer. Now that everything should be able to be visible at any time of day or night, since we are working with a very dynamic time of day over here, now I want some more functional things like roads leading up towards the UGF. So we have these over here. Might be a little bit small to see. Just like a generic path that leads up to the UGF. I'm just going to do a quick rotate over these. And then, of course, all of our normal editor functionality is also linked to the Rastar location. So, for example, if I want to align this road to the UGF, then I can just rotate that, make sure everything's nice and centered and where it
What is this, a road for ants? That's a road?
needs to be.
Road?
Okay, so now that I have my roads placed, I have my floodlights placed, I know I'm not going to be crashing into anything in terms of placing stuff at the Rastar location. Now I can go ahead and do a little bit of dressing around here. So getting in some small shapes, just some scatter around the location. Then I'll go ahead and grab some of the more functional looking things. That one. Structure 8. Some big shapes over here that we can surround. Go have the terrain adjust to that, and then bring in some of these.
Americans, if it's not a 15-lane monstrosity, it's not a road. It's a patch of dirt with some tire marks on it. If that was the case, then the rural countryside of Alabama would be filled with roads.
Just got to make sure that things aren't intersecting or clipping between each other too much, because that never looks good. And let's start building this out a little bit more. So this is the process that we follow to create a fully fledged location. We set dress all the different elements. We play it from a player perspective, because sometimes scale can be a little bit funny up in the air like this. But this is the general process that we go through in order to create these locations and make sure that they are fun to play, essentially. So yeah, that is a quick little sneak peek at the Rastar tool and how it allows us to very quickly iterate on our different locations. And
the cool part about this, and this is important to note, is that how quick that was. I mean, yeah, it had some cuts here and there, but most of that was just real time. It took them 10 minutes to make a fucking UGF. That's nuts. That's nuts. Like, probably takes them a couple of days to do that, whereas before it probably would have taken them a month to get something like that done. So that's pretty cool.
to make changes very quickly and also to realize the potential of locations that we dropped years ago, but now that this tool really allows to let them shine.
So one thing for Rastar is to move away from building block, which gave us a really great start.
They're showing a lot of stuff about the world, but world build, but I feel like we're really some things. No, a lot of that stuff's in. If you've been to a bunch of UGFs, you'll see them. A lot of that stuff's there. Yeah, those are all legacy assets. Yeah, all of those props I've seen at like Jumptown or other places before.
Further integrated into the editor.
And again, these are not the new UGFs. These are just the new UGFs. Someone from the lore or the story department probably needs to come up with a better name for that. But we're not erasing any of the work we've done in the past. We're just building upon and improving. And these will sit alongside the big, colossal UGFs when they are released.
Okay.
So
yeah,
what we learned this week? Well,
he says they are going to be alongside them, so we'll see both of them.
We learned that Rastar may still run on programmer art, but it's a fully armed and operational tool already in use by our developers. That with it, the existing UGFs, limited to only 4 variations until now, are finally realizing their customization potential in the upcoming Alpha 320. And that its next evolution already
was May 24th. It said 7. Go back.
Come up with a better name for that. But we're not erasing any of the work we've done in the past. We're just building upon and improving.
I'm not seeing
and these will sit alongside. So yeah, that is a... Let's start building this out.
I'm not seeing any dates on here. I'm trying to find it. Anyone in the lists.
A little bit more. So this is the process that we follow to create a fully fledged location. We set dress all the different elements. We play it from a player perspective because sometimes scale can be a little bit funny up in the air like this. But this is the general process that we go through in order to create these locations and make sure that they are fun to play, essentially.
Oh yeah, there was. Let me back it back over here, and I'll show you.
So yeah, that is a quick little sneak peek at the Rastar tool and how it allows us.
Monday, 24th of July, right here.
Planetary location building tool.
Right there.
Use an RTS house planetary.
It definitely says July. J-L-U-Y. So this is definitely not June, July, but definitely not May. All right, let's get to the end.
The big, colossal UGFs when they are released.
So what did we learn this week? Well, we learned that Rastar may still run on programmer art, but it's a fully armed and operational tool already in use by our developers. That with it, the existing UGFs, limited to only 4 variations until now, are finally realizing their customization potential in the upcoming Alpha 320. And that its next evolution already well underway. Now don't forget that this year's Ship Showdown is right around the corner. Of course, it's your annual chance to vote on which flyable ship has to become John Crew's favorite each and every year. For Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thanks for letting us share the process of game development with you, and we'll see you all here next week.
Yeah, pretty good. Yes, I do, but I'll explain that here in a moment. So let me go over some of this stuff real quickly. Let me answer your question there, Tom. So let me explain this. This is a big deal because it means that A, it's speeding up development, which is good. But B, a lot of this stuff is stuff that they're going to be putting into the hands of players. Now, here is my thought. My belief is that you will not get access to the Rastar tool unless you have a specific piece of equipment that'll let you access it. Something like a drone operator, whatever. They'll come up with some crazy term for it, where you'll get into the tool and then there'll be like a drone or something like that you can see that's going around. And when you place down like a building, what you're placing down is blueprints. And when you place down those blueprints, yeah, Rastar is applied to UGFs. When you place down blueprints, then you'll be able to go to that blueprint and attach a wall or a part of it to that blueprint. This is my theory. Okay, this is not confirmed. What's the meme ship this year? X1, because it's going to get turned down, but yeah. Oh, I'm pulling stuff out of my ass. But here's the thing. Let me back up my ass pulling with some fact. Number one, we know that the Pioneer is not going to be a building tool. They've already said that it's not going to be a tool or a ship that's going to be able to build outposts like they originally thought. It's going to be more like a fabricator. That was a statement they've made, that it's supposed to be more like a fabricator where you're going to build parts of bases and stuff like that. Number two, we know that they're already working on something called the Mobile Construction Vehicle, or the Argo MCV, which was leaked at some point and had something to do with crafting, because they want the Pioneer and this MCV to not just be base building, but a crafting ship of some kind. So now and then they have the Rastar tool, which is going to eventually be used as an RTS editor tool for players. We know that they've confirmed that here, right? It is the tool that players are going to get, and that it's an RTS style system. So how do you build that? Well, there's going to have to be some sort of limitation on who can build what. There's got to be some sort of tool to let you access the Rastar tool. We know that the Pioneer has that tool. We don't know if the MCV will have it, but it can't just be attached to one ship. Everything that has attached to a ship has to be an independent thing. So there's got to be some sort of tool, either hand-controlled or something, that can access this RTS mode, right? So that's why I'm saying there has to be some sort of like station that you can build or something like that. They'll have like a drone, because there's no way they're going to let you just do this 3D without some immersion shit, like a drone that's beaming this stuff down. So my theory is that there's going to have to be some sort of holographic projection to where these things are going to be built. And then you'll have to actually construct those things so that you can put it in there. So that's like my theory, but a lot of that, and it's definitely something that seems to be where CIG is stabbing towards with this. Land claim markers come with a drone solved, possibly. But the drone would be something that, or like the tool has to be something that lets you access the Rastar tool. And the land claims are only in the UEE space. They don't necessarily mean for other things, so. Maybe a vehicle, yeah, but it's gonna also have to be hand controlled. Everything that's done, every single like profession that's done, like mining, salvage, bounty hunting, they still have a hand tool variant. Like there's a bounty hunting that you can go off and shoot somebody inside a bunker. That doesn't require you to have a combat ship. So there's got to be some sort of like that. Another DS for fabricating. That's what the DS is for. What's the meme ship? I'm kind of done with meme ships. Now, the one thing we're all going to do, because on the 8th, so we've got 4 days. All right, chat, bring it in. We're going to talk about this, and then I'll go over Tom's question here in a moment. So, bring it in, chat. All right? We're going to powwow. Put our heads together. I want us to make as many memes and pictures and other things as possible of the X1. I don't care what you do. I want you to put all of your effort into getting the X1 a ton of votes. Because the way this works is you have to produce a bunch of content that proves that you really want this, and you've got to put it on their like new fan site. So make videos of the X1, make pictures of the X1, make memes of the X1, drop that shit in there. Talk about how the X1 hasn't been. The X1 is actually the thing that runs all of the giant space engines of the of the UEE fleets. I want Reddit to be complaining that we're putting the X1 in. Because here's the thing. We will lose this battle. CIG will never allow the X1 to be put into Best in Show because it's not a ship that's flyable. But if we make enough noise about it, CIG may have to acknowledge it. All right? So, yeah, but we're talking about the nominations phase there, Jim. They might actually acknowledge or at least show us what the X1's, what's going on with the X1. But the answer is CIG refuses or will probably prevent any meme ship from happening. It's done. The idea of us using this online poll to win is never going to happen, because CIG is incredibly embarrassed by the fact that the community was able to make them embarrassed. I'm staring at the camera because I'm not personally fully responsible for the MPUV. People say I am, I'm not. Redlear is responsible for the MPUV. I simply took his idea and ran with it and got other content creators involved, which then got other people involved, which is the reason why it won. I'm saying I helped it. I'm not saying I did a better job at marketing Star Citizen than CIG's developers did. I'm just staring at the camera. And that was the point of the MPUV. The MPUV was not meant as a win. It was meant to make a statement, because it would be funny. Some of us are proud of the Argo Cargo. Yeah, but you didn't. The Argo Cargo wouldn't even gotten to the point where CIG even acknowledged it, Sea Daddy. Y'all wouldn't even have acknowledged it if we hadn't gotten it through the fucking preliminaries. And then y'all just saw it and thought it was funny as shit, and you went with it too. I know you, and I know Jake did that too. Jake, fuck yeah. I know the pilot was into it. I know plenty of CIG developers were in for it. That's true, but we got it past the fucking gates. Oh, PTV got absolutely robbed. They told us no. Yeah, then they yanked the PTV, and the second they yanked the PTV, I knew that we were never going to have that. We're never going to have another meme ship win, because CIG has refused to fix the problem. Like, the reason why the MPUV, my personal reason why I wanted to push the MPUV was because every year the ship that won was the big, most expensive ship. And ever since the Carrack was brought in, we all knew that the Carrack was going to win every fucking time. I've only recently gotten back into anime, so those of you who follow anime really closely will probably recognize what I mean. The Carrack is the Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood of ships. Doesn't matter if it's not the best ship. It's always going to end up being at the top of the list, because a lot of different reasons. Yeah. And because the same ship winning every year is going to suck, it makes a lot more sense to have categories. Small, medium, large, capital. Bingo, bango. Those ones will win and they get skins. And then you have those the top ships in each category go head to head for the final crown. You're done. It's simple and easy, makes it so that everyone in every price category gets a cool little skin, and then, whatever, the Carrack wins every year. But, at that point it doesn't matter, because you get to the playoffs, Man, I love Captain Harlock, but no, that wouldn't, because Captain Harlock would never work. Would never, I got two, because I have an MSR, so. Did you see the Argo Cargo was shown with a 32 SCU container, and CIG acknowledged it and look into it? What do you mean? I think there are only 3 skins last. There's only 3 winners. It was the Carrack, the MSR, and what was the last one? Oh, the Hercules, right? The two of the top 3 were Crusader. Or was it Corsair? Pisces. Oh, it was Pisces. MSR, Carrack, and Scorpius. I don't know, the Scorpius. I think I have a Scorpius because I had a Scorpius at the time, but yeah. So, this is me saying I am not going to be pushing for a meme ship this year. I will personally be rooting for the Cutter because I think because I'm a Drake simp, so it makes it easier. And it still keeps the same viability. My still common belief that we need to have small ships that have value. The only other options would be the Gladiator or my nominations would be the Cutter, the Gladiator, and the Terrapin. Those are the three ships that I would be rooting for. But a lot of people say, Paul, you have a lot of influence. I don't. I got lucky with the MPUV. It was because it was funny. It's not funny to put at the Terrapin. There's no jokes about the Terrapin. And, you know, the idea of the Terrapin winning isn't outside of the realm of possibility. YouTube chat is trying to get Twitch chat to talk about Space Ham. So please influence the freelancer. I can't influence that. CIG doesn't listen to me. Like, there was a great video. I did a podcast recently with Salty Mike and Tree and Space Tomato and Morphologist. And we all said the same thing. Like, people think that we have some sort of inside knowledge or inside influence of CIG. CIG doesn't listen to fuck we say. Like, no more than the average community believes. They don't fucking change shit for us. If anything, they fucking actively antagonize us, C-Daddy. Yeah, I am very sure about that. Because CIG, I know the process that CIG goes through. And so any idea that CIG has to get through the initial filter from your average frontline employee through that manager. That manager then has to like the idea and bring it up to the upper management. And eventually the upper management has to approve any major changes or other things like that. You never get, like, what I say ends up being the truth. Everyone on the teams that involve that, especially the managers, have to approve of that to make sure it works. The freelancer needs to rework. It's an awesome chip, but it needs to rework. Hey, Sleen! Hey, welcome everyone from Celine Star Dragon Stream. My name is Paul, Berserker 01, Batman Shelley. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Hey, Outrunner. Hey, Celine.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
Hit the wrong button.
But you can never take away my space game.
Outrunner TV just resubscribed for 8 months. Oh hey, almost stream baby.
Almost a stream baby there, Outrunner. You are a very important pupper, very impressive pisser, very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. CIG's actual job, the title of CIG is content creator manager. No. He couldn't handle me. He couldn't handle the madness that is the Star Citizen content creation community. I feel sorry for people like Jake and Ulf and all of the various people who have to deal with me. As a voice in the community, as a voice of the community and as a fellow concierge, I would appreciate if you, Paul, took the mantle of our sacred space ham. Why are we talking about space ham? I don't know what's going on in YouTube chat, but they're obsessed with space ham. Spam equals space ham. Look, the Star Citizen community allows me to persist into the space. There is no managing it. Welcome, everybody. Yes, we've been talking. We just watched ISC. And I'll do a quick, brief rundown before we get into, because there's a question that Tom had about Squadron 42, which I want to answer, because that's another video I want to do. So the first thing with ISC, the things that we want to take from ISC is that ISC confirmed that Rastar is an RTS style tool. We've all seen RTS, kind of third person. You're going to place a little building down, it plops up, all that kind of stuff. So it's third person. The other thing that they confirmed is that Rastar will eventually be in players' hands with new UI and overlays. So we are going to get a third-person RTS tool to build our bases, because that's what Rastar is going to be used for, is for player-built bases. We also know that the Pioneer is not a base building ship as much as a base fabricator ship. So there's going to have to be some way that players access Rastar as a means to build bases. And obviously, it's not going to be instantaneous because this is a Chris Roberts game, and immersion is a problem. So there's probably the whole process is probably going to be more akin to setting out outlines, would be my guess, and then having the Pioneer or whatever ship you're using or tools you're using fabricate parts of that and build it over time like a survival game. So you get to place it with third person, but build it in first person, would be my guess. And guarantee you there'll be a limit to the range, of course. Glazed space ham. Grew up in Hawaii, spam is life. I have a can of bacon spam in my pantry right now. My parents grew up they're older, so they were born in the late 40s. So they used to always have spam as part of the emergency stuff. And I got my wife every so often when I was poor as shit. I mean, I'm not saying I'm rich. I'm just not as poor now. When I was poor as shit, I'd buy spam and eat that for breakfast. Fried spam for breakfast instead of bacon because it was cheaper and it would last longer. So spam is also a big part of my family and my life as a result. So fried spam is fucking amazing. If you thinly cut spam, it is almost like, I wouldn't say it's indistinguishable from bacon, but it gets you that salty bacon taste, baby. Fried apples and fried eggs. Ooh, oh, great. As for Korean, I can confirm spam is life. I found that basically the Pacific Rim loves spam. Korea, Japan. I don't know about China. I'm sure they do as well. I wouldn't be surprised if Southeast Asia loves spam. I don't know about Australia, but I know like the spam is big in the Philippines. It's big in Hawaii. Huge in Hawaii. Because it's cheap it keeps well, and it's cheap to produce and cheap to ship.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Dibbly83 just resubscribed for 13 months. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that, Dibbly, for that 13 months of support. You're very important, Papa, very impressive, very any pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking that. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Saipan? Okay. Wrong buttons. You came for Lord Goodness, stayed for Warhammer Goodness. Happy Friday. Thank you, Dibbly. Love of spam is probably a holdover from Allied occupation post-World War II. Probably. I mean, like, the thing you gotta understand about Hawaii, I know enough about Hawaiian cuisine to know that spam is very much loved there. And, of course, if you haven't had spam mushibi in your life, you fucking not lived. Spam mushibi is so fucking good. Mushubi, I can't pronounce it right. We need space ham. So let me give you some ideas. So spam musubi, whatever the fuck. Can't speak. It's 12 ounces of spam, 1/4 oyster sauce, 1/4 soy sauce, half a cup of sugar, nori roasted seaweed used for sushi, cut in halves or thirds, 6 cups of cooked sushi rice without the vinegar mix added. It's basically spam sushi. But you replace the fish with spam. The so-called jelly donut. Or is that that's a rice ball though, isn't it? Yeah. The rice balls are different. I don't know the names of all the different foods in Japan necessarily, but yeah. I'm lucky enough that here in Austin we actually have a chain called Hawaiian Bros, which I think is Texas based. It might be a little bit further out there, but Hawaiian Bros is a Hawaiian barbecue place, and they do serve spam musubi. Japanese pronunciation would be musubi. Might be an S. I don't know. Pronunciation's not good for me. You have Hawaiian Bros in your town? Okay, so yeah, so it's a chain. But it's funny to talk, and see, Daddy, you might be able to confirm as being from Hawaii. The thing you have to understand about Hawaii, and especially the West Coast of the United States, is that there's a shit ton of people from all over the Pacific who live in Hawaii. There's a large population of Japanese Americans, and there's, obviously the local Hawaiian populations. There's Polynesians who come in. There's people from all over Southeast Asia and mainland Asia who there. So a lot of Hawaiian cuisine is just, here's Asia, smush, like Asian foods from all over the place. Now, not just not kiss, but like smash them together until they work. Yeah, the jelly donut comes from the Pokemon localization. That's what I mean. And that's one of the things I miss about the West Coast is that so many fucking Asian fusion places. And to bring this back to Star Citizen, why the fuck don't we have any of this shit in Star Citizen? For those of you who don't know, Benny's is an Asian fusion thing. It's actually not even, I don't know if Benny's, it's Terran originally, I believe, but look at the fucking flavors for Benny's at the big Benny's machines. You'll see that like that shit is like all over the place. It's like every part of Asia exploded all over it. Speaking of food, we are 100% sponsored by a food company called Factor. Now, Factor is a fantastic service that if you are like me who often work late or you get home, you're exhausted, you don't have time to cook for yourself, but you don't want to go out to eat, you don't want to get fast food because it's not good for you, or just because it's just samey, then Factor is a fantastic service that offers pre-prepared meals. They come to your door weekly. You can pull them out of your pull them out of the box, and they come. You put them in your fridge. They last for 7 days, and then you can use them to. It just takes you 2 minutes to make them. Really, it's really, really fast, really, really good. I just had one before, like at the very beginning of the stream. Comes in a package. It looks like this. Nice little plastic. No mess. You throw the tin away and you're done. You're good. So, yeah, that's how big the portions are. So, like, this is the main course, and there's usually a side dish, which is like usually vegetables of some kind. So, it's filling. Like, good. Probably good. It's And if you use the code FACTORSE437212, you get 50% off of your first box. So the only problem with Factor is it can be kind of expensive, but 50% off for a trial is not bad. Hey, Chris, how you doing, buddy? Tell us about the food company that sponsors you. Yeah. How do they compare to modern microwave dinners? They're better. Hands down better than modern microwave dinners. I wouldn't say they're gourmet, but they're better. Do they have Space Ham, though? Very interested in gauging their services. Yeah, because the difference is that they're not frozen. You shouldn't really freeze them, they say. That you should keep them in the refrigerator, and they only last for 7 days, so they have a limited shelf life compared to frozen dinners, but... But wait, there's more. TV dinners, but better quality and better for you. And more variety. Every week they have a different variety. Like every week they have different options. They do have some that kind of constantly rotate through. They have everything from, barbecue stuff to, like, this was chicken and mashed potatoes and green beans. But I also had, in this box, we had pork rangoon with peas, I believe, or probably more beans. A lot of beans in there, in these boxes. Then I also had a taco bowl that had like a kind of like a taco bowl with its own kind of like sauce that came with it, and some corn. Like there's a variety of options you get, and that you can get different. Every single like meal you have can be different, or you can get all of one meal. It's up to you.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Shempasta just resubscribed for 16 months. OMG, not like this, 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 Jfish, MSUs, not like this, 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 Pupfire, LUL Pop-Up Party.
Thank you so much for that 16 months there, Shimpasta. You're very important, Pupper, very impressive, pisser, rating, pedestrian. This is your follow, you're drinking match. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Finally spent like 45 minutes cooking eggs to fridge for future use. If I had a budget for factory, we could do save time. It's not bad. It's a good service that actually has it has like it has vegetarian options. It has what am I thinking, like keto options. It's got vegan options. It's got seafood options. There's a lot of stuff for it. Like I'm sponsored by them. They're paying me to say this, but honestly, I had their service before they paid me. So like the only problem about it is that it's expensive. Like for the bigger boxes are better deals. Like if you get the box of like 12, it costs you like $150. But it replaces dinners, so it's a little bit better, especially if you're going out all the time. It can be a little bit okay. But like the box of 4 is like $70. So it can be pricey. But again, use the code. Your first box is 50% off. So that $150 is now what? $7, $75. So it's not a bad deal for trying the service out if it sounds like it's something you would use. So I learned to cook well to get girls. There's also another service that they offer, which is called what's it called? Not sponsored by them, but HelloFresh. Same company owns them. So we are going to get to the to read through the monthly report at some point, but I think we need to move on. I'm just promoting, all right? That's what I'm doing, okay? It's my job. But if you use the code, you get 50% off. I get a little credit for it as well, so. Paul Shilly. I didn't know what you were. I don't know what's going on. I don't see. Factory's good. Good. Their steaks aren't top shelf, but they're well prepared and usually medium rare. Oh, sounds like they're worth the money. Yeah. I might commit to a long-term subscription of 4 or 5 other streamers. Confirm your excellent recommendations. I'm talking about Factor, the prepared meal plan you're being paid to endorse. $17.50 a plate. Yeah, the bigger ones you get are about 100 like the 12 meals for like $120, $130. It's a much better deal. And that's what I mean. They're cheap, though. It can be expensive, but if you do the 4 meals for $70, you take the 50% off that you get with it. That means 4 meals for what? $35. So that's a lot cheaper. I do teach history, yes. Hi, Paul. I'll be teaching STEM again to kids this coming fall as a guest. Do you think I should introduce Star Citizen Engineering and Design to my week-long curriculum? That's a question. That's a real question when it comes to Star Citizen Engineering. I don't know if that's a good option. I saw some other ones in there. Learning to cook just to save some money on food. It's a good idea. Given where Star Citizen is now, what would you need from CIG and from your online community to continue delivering amazing content? Serious question. I would need to be growing in a consistent basis for lore stuff. And I would need to see growth in video viewership as well. So like subscribers and video and stuff like that. For CIG, I'm sure this, like for me personally, I love CIG in terms of like what they're trying to do, and I love the game that they're trying to make. It's just, I also know that CIG's in a weird position where they got to make the game, and that's not easy. They've gotten to all of the easy parts done, and now they're doing the hard parts. And even then, that might not give them speed up their development after this. Like, there's so much shit that needs to be done for CIG to even get to the point where adding game modules that are fun and engaging can even happen. You know, like so much of this game is based around NPC, like interactions and things like mission, you know, givers, and there's so many things that require server meshing to exist for them to even function. So I fucking hate you there, Omega. Yeah, Kerbal Space Program 1's a good one. I don't always back Twitch streamers, but when I do, I back the TheAstroPubs. They stream me, my friends. All right. So, I'm going to take a break real quickly to use the restroom, and then I come back. Thank you, Darsh. The only easy day was yesterday, yeah. But we'll be doing the monthly report. We're going to look at it. A couple other things that I do want to bring up, because they'll be coming up next week as well when we do the Squadron 42 monthly report is... all right, so this is where I'm going to talk about, because this is Tom asked this question a long time ago. I'm actually going to get to it. Squadron 42. Tom asked, when do I think Squadron 42 is coming out? Or do I think it's going to be coming out soon? And the answer is yes and no. I think Squadron 42 in CIG's mind is a year away. I think CIG is heading to the point where they're like, we're going to get Squadron 42 out in like October, November of 2024. I think that's what they're shooting for internally. I don't think it's going to come out in October of 2024. I think it's going to come out in October of 2025. I do think CIG will announce it for 2024. It'll come fall of 2024. Because there is a lot of stuff that CIG has been doing, which seems to indicate that they are getting to the end of certain parts of Squadron 42. They're polishing content. They're like animation just straight up said we're stopping and we're moving from alpha to beta work on certain aspects of the game. So there are portions of the game which are at the point of beta. And once you get to the beta stage of development, every company is different, but 6 months to a year is usually what most companies spend in beta, especially for, single player games. I think it's going to take a little bit longer than they think. And when I say like CIG is not going to release it until 2025, what I mean is I don't think CIG is planning on releasing. I don't think CIG is thinking that 2020. They think that 2024 is going to be the good year, but I don't think they're keeping. I think that's optimistic. I think they're very optimistic about that date, and I think CIG's optimism is intentional for them, like for their internal dates are to keep people motivated to try to get stuff done. But at the same time, I don't think it's going to happen. I think every major game of this scale that has released in the last 5 years has had a delay. Every single one has had one to multiple delays after an announcement date. And I don't think CIG is unique in that factor. I think they're going to have to delay because they're going to get to like August of next year, this time next year, and go, shit, like we have not done enough work polishing this, that, or the other thing, or they have to completely change the script for something else. So do they have a reason to release it anytime soon? Oh, Tom, yes, because they broke his shit. They have 1,100 employees. 1,100 employees. That's a lot of fucking people. And you got to pay for their salaries, their medical insurance, for the equipment they use, for the power they're using, for food for them, travel expenses. Like, I can list it off. There's a fuck ton of expenses to pay for effectively 6 companies or 6 offices around the world. So, and I know they make $100 million a year, all right? That's fine. But $100 million a year isn't a lot for that amount of people you have to pay. Sir, medical insurance, sir, this is America. We don't have medical insurance. CIG does. It's one of the things that I hear from CIG employees all the time. They got some baller fucking services they pay for. So, and they're growing. Yeah, they have the goal to release it, to have at least 1,500. 1,500 employees. That's their goal. Yeah, but the government pays for a lot of those, Darsh. But aren't PU shales working right now? They are, but they're growing so fast they cannot keep up with the expenses. They are such a huge company. There's no way they're able to afford all of that year to year. So Squadron 42, there's not. I thought there was a public option that was paid for. I thought you're. $25% of employee salary in UK is subsidized by the UK government. Is that just across the board right now, or is that just something that they pointed out? The point being, there's no way that CIG is growing the way they are with because you know, there's a lot of the employees that are in the UK, but the Austin office has grown, the LA office has grown. They also have now offices in Montreal, which they have to pay for. Before they were paying them money, but now they have to like paying that studio money, but now they own that studio. Now they own Turbulent, so they have to pay for those people as well. Plus Frankfurt, even if half the company is working in the UK, it still means they still have to pay for those other half. And yeah, I get what you're saying. You're saying that they definitely have tax breaks and other loopholes, for sure. I'm not saying they don't. But to say that they have such good loopholes that they don't, that $100 million is all profit is nonsense. That's madness. Plus all of the other things they have to. There's no fucking way that they're making bajungas amounts of money, ridiculous amounts of money. In fact, the last financial report, they were in the red for the first time for several years. I think they had gone in the black 2 years before. So, and it was something like, and in the past, they've, in terms of their actual profit, has been something like $3 million. There's full reports online for it. I'll look it up real quickly. Okay, for 2021, let's look it up. So in they made 63 Okay, so it's hard for me to read this directly because it's really small. This is cumulative position, all incomes less than costs, identified as by the years, USD in thousands. So 63,000, or is that 630,000? I think it's 63,000. Yeah, they're doing pretty well. But the amount of money they're actually making based off of headcount, like this is headcount in the US versus rest of the world. Most of the rest of that world, like this, all of this, most of this is in Manchester, right? 400, 500 people. This was 2021. So this has changed as well because we don't have 2022. But they have rising costs as well. So I tried opening a new window. It gave me the tiny one, a tiny window. Tiny images. The point being that as CIG is growing, they're going to need to have money. They can't always rely on $100 million a year for Star Citizen's development. That's just not feasible. They probably won't even get $100 million this year. They're not on track for it. And so there's going to be a point where CIG has to, like, find other revenue sources. And Squadron 42 is a revenue source. Like, this is going to sound crazy, but CIG could make an entire year's worth of funding from the launch of Squadron 42 easily. $100 million wouldn't be that difficult if they had a decent advertising campaign backing up, especially considering the stuff. That wouldn't even be a like fantastic sales quota for $100 million. Because they're selling the game at $60 a pop, $70 a pop, and they have almost no overhead for, like, the sales of it. They're not doing physical copies, so. Don't forget, they also have a number of third-party outsourcers, so much so that it's evidently become more cost-effective to build their own mocap and scanning stages than continue to pay. Yeah. Their burn rate is nuts. OPEX/CapEx. You can kick the can, but I think they're going to need to launch a commercial product in the next 18 months. Again, this is my point, is like why Squadron 42 is going to be released in the next 2 years. Because they have to release it in the next 2 years. But that's what Darsh, that's what he's pointing out. That's what Raphael's pointing out, is that it's cheaper for them to have built their own mocap studio than go to other people's mocap studios and rent them out. Glad to see the X1 has work done. Maybe we'll see it in beta. Salaries and related on cost is 51 million. Yeah. Okay. That's just for salaries. That's half a year of income. I think if it's presented on what's possible, you may have something, right? I don't know what you're talking about with Glass Sword, on whose Glass Sword is. I don't see them. X1 will release after the Endeavor. Well, that slams people that call Star Citizen scams and CIG spend as much as they're earning. They've always done that. Like, CIG does not make shit tons of profits. 2021, it looks like they made about maybe $8 million off like the top, which is a joke. That's after salaries and stuff like that as well. It was not great. It's not terrible, but like 2021, they made 80 million. Like that was a revenue. So. Now, does this mean that CIG is like doomed to fail? No, they could work the numbers and keep things going probably for a couple of years at their current burn rate plus their current earning rate. But they definitely need to have a Squadron 42 like project finished in the next couple of years for them to do that. And luckily, CIG seems to be on track for that.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Dog Platypus just resubscribed for 6 months, half a year later, still consuming the pub capsules.
Thank you so much, Doc Platypus, for that 6 months of support. You're a very important pub. We're very impressive. Of any pedestrian. This is your fault. We should be driven. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Oop. There we go. Another quarter is publishing and marketing, 25 million. Remember that publishing is probably more expensive because that's also server costs and maintenance and other things like that, including their own back-end stuff, so. Oh, the goal is to show the design of the ships and how they're made to move the kids, these 2nd to 8th graders, so they can make your own ships and how to engineer them. That's not how the game is made. Oh, okay, so you're talking about. Possibly with CIG pulling off what they dream of, the tech matches the promises, they'll make more off of selling tech than the game. I still doubt that, because the tech is so built into the engine that I don't think you'll ever see it. You might see some indie developers start using it if CIG can get that tech out there, but they'd have to make it usable and support it, which they may not have that ability to. CIG has enough lore to fund project with young adult novels and low-budget CGI television. They probably could. Okay, Glass Sword. So you're talking about like using Star Citizen ships as an example for like how development is done in 3D modeling. You know what's truly... Hey, So, here's the other thing that I'm going to be very, very frank about. One of the things that I've been waiting for as for lore stuff is Squadron 42's announcement, because you can't shut me up about Squadron 42. I will be doing at least monthly, probably when it gets closer to like actual release date, probably weekly lore posts, lore videos on Squadron 42. The characters, the events, the ships they're flying. Fuck you. I'm going absolutely hog wild on that shit, because I know the second it releases, people will be interested in the story, because I've heard the story. I know what happens in it, because I'm an idiot and I've spoiled myself multiple times. So the point being, so Paul, if they made 8 million profit off of 80 million revenue, that's a medium profit for margin for a game dev studio of their size, though. There's not many studios that are the size of CIG. You should have spoiled yourself an ice cream. It wasn't intentional. It was an accident. By the time I realized I'd spoiled myself on Squadron 42, I'd already spoiled the twist. It was like, fuck, I already know what's happening. Let's just keep going. Is the distress beacon actually something in game? What on earth could be the context? It's just a distress beacon. But yes, I will do that. I will talk about that stuff. The point being, when it happens, I'm going to be doing that, because I know that people will be invested in the lore and interested in the story and the background, because all of the characters in Squadron 42 have deep background history. They have where they came from, the planets they're from, where they come from. One that's not a spoiler is Gillian Anderson's character is the daughter of Admiral Bishop. And Gillian Anderson's character is a captain. So. So, Slayer, let me explain. I was going for this audio clip.
2 words.
That audio clip was what I was going for, okay? It's an old clip from the 2.0 days of Star Citizen. I have a friend who had all of the audio files from Star Citizen from back then, and we were going through the audio files that he had. The problem is that CIG doesn't label audio files. It's like a string of numbers, not like Distress Bacon 1 or whatever. TC Mission 5, whatever. It's all numbers. And by the time we were starting to hear weird audio files, which we'd never heard before, and at first we were like, nah, it's probably some mission we didn't see about, because a lot of those were like missions specific for like various mission givers and their kind of full storyline. And then we realized once we got to the spoiler that these were Squadron 42 audio files. They were mixed in with the Star Citizen audio files, because that's how CIG, because it's game dev. It's just game branch. It's all in one thing. And by that time, it was already too late. One question, was it all that I hoped for? The way I've tried to describe it in a non-spoiler way is that it's an action movie. Don't come in expecting high cinema. This isn't the best story you've ever heard in video games. Just take that idea and throw it out the window. It's not going to happen. This is an action-adventure story. It did intrigue me, and there are mysteries to be solved in it, so... if you enjoyed the Wing Commander stories, you'll enjoy this. I would say it's better than some of the Wing Commander stories I've experienced in the past. It's not Michael Bay. I'm not spoiling anything. I'm just telling you that something you should know. It's an action adventure story. You could see that from the fucking trailers. In other words, 2 thumbs up from the cheap sheet seats. I like to describe it as a solid Marvel movie. Like, it's not Endgame, but it's not Ant-Man. It's good. The story is good. Plot is good. Character development is good. No danger of writer strikes unless the lore team has joined the strike. I don't think so. I know the Dave Haddock I think he's part of the Writers Guild of America. But I don't know if the other ones are. And even then, I think CIG already kind of conforms to anything that the writers would ask for, because they do. But as far as I know, Chris Roberts and team treat their writers pretty fucking good. So. I just hope to be able to hijack some massive Andor ship and fly it into the planet and explode into Death Star. I mean, it's based off of what I heard and based off of what I know. I can't tell you if it's going to be fantastic and amazing. It sounds very interesting. The actors brought their fucking A game. The actors are trying. And that says a lot, because I played Infinite Warfare. And I love the actor who plays Jon Snow, but he was not trying in that fucking video game. Maybe he has, and they just did terrible mocap for it. But like, they didn't. This isn't like a phone in. Like, there's a reason why Mark Hamill was super excited about it right after he did it, because they really tried. So. Is it Iron Man 1 level? Maybe? Again, I know the twists, but I don't know the full story. The thing I'm missing as well is the gameplay. So the gameplay itself will determine a lot of how that story goes. And based off of what I could see and what I've heard, what I've seen and what I've heard from the audio files, it seems pretty well meshed. Isn't there strike specific to screenwriting? It might be. But it's specifically about how, contracts are written and other things like that. I don't think it would cast them. So. Gary Oldman, everyone is trying. Everyone's trying on that set, which is saying a lot. And it's not just Gary Oldman. Like, the supporting actors are fucking great, because all the supporting actors are working actors. These are people who are in Boardwalk Empire, Game of Thrones, like the Iron Island, the daughter from the Iron Islands. I can't remember her name. Like, that actress is a main character in Squadron. That's not news. That's something that's been talked about. There are people from Doctor Who are in there. The Onion Knight guy is as well, but we're talking about some different ones. Liam Cunningham, yeah, but not Liam Cunningham. I'm talking about the sister of the dude. Sister of the dude. I'll look it up. Yara Greyjoy. She's played by Gemma Whelan. Gemma Whelan. She's also in The Tower, Horrible Histories. Oh, she's in Horrible Histories. Gentleman Jack. She was in Elden Ring. She played Tanith in Elden Ring. She's in Final Fantasy 14 Endwalker. She played Amelise and Galeen. She was in Game of Thrones as Yara Greyjoy. So, like, yeah, she's a working actress. Like, she's a BBC actress, so she does stuff for you know, for things and stuff. Hey, Macton. Lieutenant. The Unsis, yes. One of the behind the scenes videos said it was some actors' performances caused spontaneous tearing and goosebumps, which is not common for video game shoot. Yeah, I mean, Mark Hamill has done a lot of green screen stuff and like mocap, and this is the like he's really going hard on it. So, all right, I'll be right. Yeah, we know Anna's in it too. So, a lot of them were like Mark or why am I blanking on his name? Not Mark Hamill. Henry Cavill. Henry Cavill was in it before he became big. Like it was right after he was filming with the Superman and kind of stuff like that. Thank you, Teal. All right, I'll be right back. Oh yeah, I forgot. Andy Serkis is in there too. It was done in his mocap studio. So. No, I'm not going to say it. I was going to say there's another person who hasn't been mentioned who I know is in there, but who's pretty famous, but I'm not going to talk about him because it would be a spoiler because it's not been officially announced yet. So, yeah, Henry Cavill's in Squadron. He plays the leader of Squadron 42. Yeah. He came on set. Like Corvette Summerhard. I don't know what that means, but maybe. All right, I'll be right back.
Good news, everyone.
Two words. Distress and bacon.
Weapons free, y'all.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Yeah, I'll pull this up before we get to the. We'll watch the.
Two words. Distress and bacon.
show you. So first off, this is from like 2018. Just keep that in mind.
I saw you apply
Gillian Anderson.
to the Flight Academy again.
I'm your new wingman, sir.
Mark Hamill.
Coil. Local scum use it for cover to launch attacks. This is their turf, so move on. Keep your eyes open.
No sudden moves.
Okay, I'm gonna pull this up.
Who the hell are you?
We're OMC. And OMC belongs to Sato Khan. Is that your boss? Are we supposed to be scared of him or something? Yeah.
This actor is a pretty big one. Let me pull this all the way down. Cast. That is. Someone's going to tell me already. Craig Fairbass, yeah, Craig Fairbass, who, to give you some context, you've seen him before. He played in Battlefield 5. He played George Mason in Battlefield 5. He was also in Infinite Warfare as T. He was in Call of Duty Modern Warfare. I don't recognize a lot of these. He was in Sarah Connor. This is Terminator Sarah Connor Chronicles. He was in The Unit. He was in Stargate SG-1. He played Arcad in Stargate SG-1. That's interesting to know. Why am I not recognizing most of these? I swear I've seen this guy in a lot of stuff. Way too far back. He was in Far Cry. A Violent Man, The Rise of a Foot Soldier Orange. He played villain. Most of these are pretty low ranked too. Looks like he's mostly known for video game stuff. He was in The Bank Job. He was in White Noise 2. See, I'm not seeing much, but he was in EastEnders 2.
The OMC aren't the only ones listening into comms.
And that is, I'm just going to show you, I'm just telling y'all because this is like, that's Mark Strong, I believe. And that is, of course, Gary Oldman. And that's Gary, Andy Serkis.
We're under attack by Vandal forces.
Liam Cunningham and Rona Mitra.
Repeat, we are under attack.
There have been battles. There have been losses. Each and every one of you has proven yourself time.
John Rhys Davies, and the other one was why is he's not up here? Why is he not up here? Should be Ben Mendelsohn. That was Ben Mendelsohn. Yeah.
Time and again. We will not lose the system. We will not fall back.
Henry Cavill. That's Henry Cavill.
You
Jack Houston. Cal Mason.
We will
Love that.
win! Because we have to.
So, like, I wanted to bring that up because when we were talking about this, like, Squadron 42 has some fucking nuts things going for it when it comes to a lot of this stuff. So, I want to play that game. I think we all do. That's not how you win. Will we all outdated when it releases? I don't think so. Yeah, that came out in 2018. And we know that CIG has gotten better at a lot of the graphics and everything else like that since then. All right, later, Darsh. Fuck you, Darsh. All right, so this is, we're going to do the Squadron 42 monthly report. Not Squadron 42, I'm sorry. Star Citizen monthly report. So I'm going to, for those who don't know, this is a capsule. What I do with a capsule is I'm recording this for YouTube as a separate upload because, funny enough, people don't enjoy watching, you know, like, put this up, you know, 3 to 4 hours of content, you know, to get to the part where they want to be put in there. So, like, that's the reason why I put this up as a separate video. People tend to like that. I always like people to come do this live because we can talk about this. But anyways, that being said, let me start the recording. Hello and welcome to another Office Hours capsule. That's right. Little segment of our Office Hours live stream that we do on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, which is, I think, 4 or 5 p.m. Pacific. Yeah, 5 p.m. Pacific. Live at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub and youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive. Come join us live and join chat here, talking about the latest news and updates. We do ISC we look at some stuff from the dev trackers. We do lots of stuff like that, the latest lore updates. So come join us live at those locations. And if you're watching this and if you've been enjoying these monthly report videos that we're doing, this is obviously going to be a monthly report, please do make sure you're liking the video and subscribing for more content as it is. But yeah, say hi, chat. Anywho, this is going to be the July monthly report for Star Citizen. July 2023 monthly report for Star Citizen. And before we get started, I do want to kind of put some caveats out there. This is not a summary. I do summarize it towards the end. It's just a kind of a brief overview of what I've read. But the purpose of this is to be effectively the audiobook form of the monthly reports. I'm going to read you everything word for word that's on the monthly report and then interject with some experience. So some of the stuff, I've been doing this for over 2 years now. And I can tell you like what they've talked about in the past to give you some context as to what everything's been talked about. So I'll give some interjection here and there. But this is not short, so make sure that you understand that. Nothing wrong with summaries, but I feel like if you really want to get all of the information in, if you really are like, hey, I want to know about, you know, this aspect of Star Citizen, this aspect of Star Citizen, you really need to kind of read all of the, read everything. So please do read if you have a chance to. I know you don't always have a chance to, though, which is why I do these sorts of videos. With that being said, let's get into the July 2023 monthly report for Star Citizen. All right, AI tech. Last month, AI tech finalized work to allow NPCs to transition between EVA and environments with gravity. This required an update to the usables code, including exposing it to enter and exit location information. Now NPCs can enter and exit ships through airlocks or hatches by vaulting over ledges. The team also implemented simple behaviors and assignments for entering and exiting ships, which will compute which compute a path to a location and utilize the most suitable usable to finish the transition. The transition. So it's important to note that this is technology that they've developed. This doesn't mean it's done. This does not mean that we're going to see 320. We're going to have NPCs, disembark from their ship and board. No, this is probably using the new AI tech, which was developed for Squadron 42, which is still not in Star Citizen yet. And this is tech, so it's not, animations aren't finished. It's probably jank. You saw the ISC 2 weeks ago with the hole munching gameplay. Probably as jank as that, but it's working. The AI are able to move from one place to another through EVA and get into to a place and do those things. That's done. But now they have to evolve it. They have to give it some better animations. They got to kind of work it out. So that's cool. It can take a long time for that to happen, or it could take a short time. And again, none of this matters until the AI tech is ported over to Star Citizen from Squad 42, which may take some time. Keep that in context. On the navigation system side, AI tech upgraded navigation links to connect 2 volumes from different zones, which is needed for moving platforms. The previous implementation only allowed for links between parent and child zones rather than between 2 unrelated zones. Further optimizations and improvements were made for navigation mesh raycasts too. It's important to note this is also for Squadron 42, so that may also be references to Squadron 42 for moving platforms. AI Tech also picked up the ongoing work on Boids, which is birds and fish. They're currently working on 2D Boids agents, such as rodents, that will move across terrain within the confines of a navigation mesh. They're also adding constraints to avoid navigation mesh edges to ensure Boids stay inside navigable areas. Next, they'll look into Boids agents playing animations while moving or idling. That's the first kind of thing. I don't know if you'll be able to shoot them or interact with them. They're just kind of running around for right now. The subsumption editor received numerous improvements, including a variable type editor, the ability to copy-paste states while editing a master graph, improved views on how master graph transitions are presented, an improved activity view for available subcategories and functions, and validation panel that presents errors and warning when loading and saving files. Various features in AI systems received improvements too. For the usable group coordinator, designers can now specify that a group of NPCs should synchronize when positioning from one group of usables to another. Usables is anything an AI can pick up and interact with. Guns, knives, snow globes, doesn't matter. Whatever they can deal with. Even ships are considered usables to AI. So don't quote me on that one. I don't know 100%, but I'm pretty sure that's the way it works. For NPCs pushing trolleys, the team optimized PID controller and adjusted the default parameters to stabilize quicker after turning on the path. Why must you flirt with disaster? Did you not watch Oppenheimer? How bad it is to play with fire like that. You're giving weapons of mass destruction to AI. I will never not say this is a just terrible, terrible idea, CIG. Never. For NPC perception of audio stimuli, AI Tech began using new functionality exposed by the audio team, which will utilize the room system to understand if an audio event should be received. Okay, that's something they've been working on in the past, where the audio team is working on sound propagation, like where the sound's going, and now the AI can react to sounds depending on where they are, which is pretty cool. Animation. Last month, the animation team focused on improving visual results for reloads and takedowns. They also worked on basic idles for weapons and knives, which are planned for release in Alpha 320. Hey, we get to a little idle with our guns and knives and stuff like that. That's pretty cool. Right now, they already have kind of third-person animation for your mobile glass if you're standing still for too long, so. They're currently making improvements to player-prone animations and adding an increased number of player interactions to improve immersion in specific environments. So for those of you who don't know, they are taking the EVA from the next EVA system, the new EVA system. They're taking that and adding that to the player prone status, so it becomes a little bit more, instead of just toggle once, you roll on your back, toggle on the other side, you roll on your front. They're having more nuanced system for the animation for that, so kind of changing how the movement system works. On the facial side, they continue to support new incoming lines for PU pilots and combatants. Very cool. Art characters. In July, the character art team continued working on outfits for the Headhunters and Dusters gangs. Headhunters is a pyro gang, Dusters is a Stanton gang. Alongside this, the character concept art team explored ideas for additional Headhunters outfits and prepared handoff sheets for IAE and Luminalia content. Okay. Art ships. In the UK, the RSI Polaris began its white box phase with a thorough breakdown of content required. It's finally in white box. That's a good sign. The team then imported the concept mesh and completed the basic entity setup. A rough interior white box was completed, and several other issues with concept were resolved. It's good. It's good. Now, it can still be a while because this entering white box is different from leaving white box, but it's a good status. We'll probably see more as the coming months about it being worked on. Hopefully, we'll see some hints that I'll be exiting white box by the end of this year, because it's still 6 months from now. So. And as of yet unannounced, ship continue its LOD 0 pass. LOD 0 is the pass it needs right before final art, and final art is the stage it needs to go before it's released. So this is like the second to last step. With a majority of tasks completed and a review scheduled, the team is currently focused on adding tertiary details to the interior and exterior, as well as finishing the lighting for each phase. It's important to also point out, because people always say, wait, so that unannounced ship, could that be insert concept ship here, or no? If it's unannounced, it means it's unannounced. I mean, CIG has not talked about it. It could be a variant or a brand new ship. In this case, it says unannounced ship. Usually they'll say unannounced variant of a ship. So this means this is a brand new ship that we don't know about. So keep that in mind. Crusader A1 Spirit progressed through final art with a handful of LODs remaining for its interior and exterior damage. So it's pretty much done. That, for people wondering, like, hey, what's going on? The A1 is done. That's the reason why it's coming out in 320.1 or whatever. Work also continued on the C1 Spirit cargo variant, with the main differences being the minor exterior changes and the cargo room, the latter of which is currently progressing through Greybox, with the most of its core forms refined. Now, there's a lot of question as to why they chose to do the A1 first rather than the C1. People are saying, oh, maybe it's the tractor beams. We don't know. But we do know that the A1 has always been the one that they've been working on first. So the A1 was always going to be finished first, but the C1 should be finished before the end of the year. If it's in Greybox in July, whatever is the last patch of the year should have the C1. So, barring unforeseen incidents. But work on a new ship variant continued, with dashboard and cockpit receiving attention. The design team also resolved the placement of physicalized components, ready for art team to add at a later date. Another unannounced variant continued through its Greybox Phase 2. Okay. In the US, the Temporal Storm approached the end of its production. We have built all damage meshes, projected all UV2s, generated most LODs, and are now just polishing on various parts of the vehicle. Lighting is getting another pass, and we are working with systems design to make most of them procedural, so they will respond with player interaction. Ship Art's team. Ship Art also worked alongside Tech Art to solve visual issues with the treads. So they've said that the Storm's probably going to be coming out at the same time the C2 is, would be my guess. Elsewhere, tasks were started for an all-new vehicle. The team began by breaking apart the concept and putting together an in-game preview while planning to work out the work required for the base and its variants. The current plan is to white box all the variants at the same time and then select which versions will move to the gray box first. Kind of like what they did with the Spirit. So that's a brand new vehicle. My guess is that vehicle will be sold at CitizenCon. If they're currently working on concepts for it. It hasn't been released yet or sold yet, and it's probably going to be a small ship, so we may actually see, this might be the ship that ends up in like the spring of next year releasing, sort of thing, from CitizenCon. So they continue to do that. 2 new variants went through the LOD 0 phase and are approaching content complete. 2 new variants. That's a lot of ships. There's a lot of stuff coming out. CIG, for a year that's been pretty light on ships, we're about to get a lot of new ships and variants. The team also progressed through Lot 0 of the Apoa Santokyai, filling out item housing and doing heavy paneling work on the exterior. They also came to a solution for the dashboard, which still requires polish but delivers a unique aesthetic for interaction. They currently work with system design to get the ship's behaviors to trigger correctly. Very good. All right. Lot 0 again, the stage before final art, which the Santokyai may take a little bit longer because it's a new unique ship, but these 2 new variants plus the C1 probably come out before the end of the year based off of this. Finally, for the ships, the Origin X1 entered the gray box stage. It just now entered gray box? I'm going to throw something, CIG. There's no excuse. No excuse. The X1 should have been done years ago. What are you doing? Oh. While waiting on white box review, the team are working to solve various aesthetic issues while ensuring the overall ship makes mechanical sense. They're also exploring new tools to help generate extremely clean automotive-style geometry to maintain the required Origin feel. Audio. July saw the audio team progressing with tasks for Pyro, including implementing imperative sounds. They also discussed how they can iterate existing work with Squadron 42. Improvements were made to the flight experience, including updated vibration tech and impacts. Sound effects were also designed and implemented for the upcoming spaceship releases. Ooh. The community team kicked off July by launching Foundation Festival 2953, a month-long celebration of the community with a free flight, referral bonus, video tutorial contest hosted on Community Hub, and an organization spotlight gallery. Furthermore, with a focus on helping new recruits, the team posted updates to the new player guide, implementing a new player chat on Spectrum, curated media on the Welcome Hub, and encouraged veteran players to support new recruits by offering rewards for using the guide system. Later in the month, community supported the announcement of Turbulent joining CIG. The team also prepared an upcoming return to CitizenCon, the in-person celebration of all things Star Citizen. They announced a collaboration with Atmo Esports for the event, too. CitizenCon is shaping up to be the most epic one yet, with a cosplay contest, community booths, and now the biggest dogfighting tournament in the verse, Fight or Flight, coming straight from the show floor, or coming straight from store floor as well. We have many more cool surprises in store for you, and we can't wait to see you there, community team. Additionally, the team supported various community-driven in-game events, including the Grey Cat Social and a military-style parade organized by the French community. Hey, they did Bastille day one. That's cool. They also met passionate players and the verse, returning to the beautiful city of Paris for Bar Citizen and attending Virtual Bar Citizen. Virtual Bar Citizen's fantastic. It's often put on by the Soul Citizens, so go check them out. Lastly, community assisted with the introduction of the brand new Mission Spotlight series and launched a screenshot contest to reward the best images from players to take on the Arlington bounty missions. All right. Engine. This is where I go and explain that I am not an engineer. I am not a Starfleet engineer. I cannot turn rocks into replicators. I'm not a Covenant engineer. I cannot disassemble and assemble like electric cars from rote memory. I am not an engine seer. I do not know the canticles of the Omnissiah. I am but me. I am not a trained expert when it comes to the engine. Drink some water. So, if you are any of those things or other, and you, excuse me, and you can understand what's going on, please let me know in the comments down below. It helps me out a lot. Some of these things I will do my best to try to explain though, but I will still read as best as I can. Now I'm getting hiccups. The core engine team progressed with the development of StarBuild, the new in-house code build system that replaced the WAF. Last month, they fixed issues and implemented improvements based on feedback from wider dev use. For Memory Play 2.0, the team introduced virtual memory areas as a concept to the memory allocation systems, which will better track OS committed memory and provide an improved visuals for sub-allocations. Progress was then made on removing the remaining map and write discard calls in the renderer in preparation for the new Vulkan backend. They also reworked the game launcher code structure to reduce code duplications and enable Linux-based headless clients. Headless clients? Which will help with automatic testing. Core Engine also worked alongside the physics and vehicle teams in support of the MISC Hull C, ensuring it works correctly and fixing bugs with the ship's unique systems. Additionally, they fixed further fallout from the last integration and made various other bug fixes and optimizations. The physics team continued helping the game teams fix various physics-related bugs in the game code. They also updated the new cloth system and Maelstrom, and began improving the active and animated ragdolls. The cloth system is the one that they showed off in 2019 CitizenCon. It's been actively getting a lot of updates, and Maelstrom is the new damage system or physics-based damage system that they've created. People have talked a little bit about the Maelstrom. Everything's added with Maelstrom now. So, the Entity System team primarily supported various technical investigation or initiatives, including Rastar and the Resource Network. This involved exploring ways to create and limit generated locations to provide a rich experience without negatively impacting performance. They also supported the server meshing team by adding necessary improvements and fixes. Okay, so that's the first time we've seen them mention server meshing since they talked about how some of the server meshing team has been folded into the engine team for working. That doesn't necessarily mean good or bad things, it's just they're working on it. Finally, they provided bug fixes for the recently enabled async editor loading and are currently adding more safety checks for correct entity access. All right. Features, characters, and weapons. July saw the feature team experimenting with skill progression, which involves player performing specific in-game actions to make them better at similar activities. For example, building up strength will allow characters to carry heavier objects with fewer penalties, while performing takedowns will open access to quicker and quieter action sets. So that's the skill system they talked about that they developed for Squadron 42. It looks like they're starting to port it over to Star Citizen. For player traversal, the team began implementing a sliding mechanic. If a player tries to crouch while sprinting, they will perform a short slide before entering a crouch stance. The speed of the slide is determined by starting speed of the player, and the distance may depend on factors such as the roughness or angle of the terrain. The player will automatically stop when reaching an obstacle, as the prime use case for this feature is it will allow players to slide into cover. That sounds like they're working on the traversal system. The traversal system they showed off at Squad 42 from last CitizenCon. They mentioned this in the past as well, and the sliding system has been something they've been trying to do for years. They did it initially, implemented it back in like 2014, 2015, and it just never really worked properly. And then they decided to switch it over to mostly Squadron 42 stuff, and then worked on it, and then had to scrap it. So this sounds like a new system. No guarantee that it's fully going to be added in, but this is the first time we've seen it return back to mentions of it. So I wouldn't expect this to be tribes. We're not seeing that level of sliding, but some slide into cover kind of stuff, which makes it interesting. Features gameplay. Gameplay features continued their work on the new vehicle tractor beam, which will also bring improvements to the existing tractor beams. July's tasks included the first iterative test for core balancing and the UI. So it looks like it's done. They're just working on the UI and making sure like the tractor beams work in the right ways. Additionally, the team progressed with the Resource Network, which includes features like engineering gameplay and life support. Someone in chat was immediately like, hey, we haven't heard anything about resource management. Here's it mentioned in resource gameplay. It was also mentioned in the engine gameplay, I believe, as well. So another one of those. They also worked on several prototypes for Salvage's munching gameplay and are currently discussing the best fitting technical solution with all of the dependent teams. ISC 2 weeks ago talked about that. Finally, they made improvements to mining for Alpha 320 based on community feedback, including updates to stability and predictability when mining. Big thank you to the very valuable feedback that was provided. Big shout out to our helpful community. There we go. Give feedback on Spectrum and through I want to say incident issue, but I can't remember the name of it. The reporting said issue council. Thank you, chat, for issue council. I always forget the name of it. Features mission. Last month, mission features embedded QA testers supported the development of ship trespass by giving the feature rigorous destructive testing. They broke it. Okay. They hit it with a chair. The QA came in with a steel chair, is what you're trying to tell us there, features team. The retrieve consignment missions passed final review and were currently being polished and rebalanced. Alongside this, the current underground facilities were replaced with Rastar to fix a variety of issues and make iterating on them easier. Okay. Progress was also made on the new global event, Blockade Runner. A working prototype was shown to the game directors who approved this movement to development. For those of you who don't know, Blockade Runner is the replacement for the Ninetales Lockdown. Ninetales Lockdown has been entirely scrapped and removed. And I saw a lot of people when I mentioned that it like Xenothreat and Siege of Orison were super popular and people hate them now because they were used during testing for 318 debacle. So I was like, yeah, I figured that was the case. But like, I remember, I love Ninetales Lockdown. If it was Ninetales Lockdown they were using for testing in 318, you would all hate it as well. Trust me, it was the least popular one for a reason. And so it's been replaced with the Blockade Runner, which is a good sign. The initial planning for cargo missions was completed with all dependencies identified. The team are now looking deeper into the reputation system to improve the wider delivery and hauling mission gameplay loop. Steal and recover cargo missions were also prototyped and shown to the directors and are making good progress. These will see players either recover cargo from disabled ships or disable and board ships before securing their cargo. How do you disable, though? Probably soft death. Finally, codework began for Reputation. Progression within Reputation scopes will give players discounts on various purchases, including items, refueling, and repair. Mission features also picked up the Reputation-based hostility system, which will see NPC orgs more willing to attack those who have negative reputation with them, providing benefits to those with positive standing, which they kind of talked about with the roadmap update, so it all looks good. Graphics, VFX programming, and planet tech. Several new features were added to the global illumination system last month, including the initial implementation of temporal smoothing for screen space probes, which will produce more stable results at a lower cost. G-buffer support was also added to the environment probes to provide a cheap scene representation for secondary light bounces. This is the sneaky second engineering that I'm like, this is fine, and then I get through it and I'm like, I don't understand half of these things. Lighting, I guess. In addition, new debug modes were added alongside a new mechanism to gather lights for the GI system. It's a lot more complicated than just lighting, but lighting is complicated. A basic implementation of temporal super resolution was completed, which will continue to receive fixes and improvements as it's integrated into the graphics engine. AMD's memory allocation API was integrated with the Vulkan backend, improving the system's stability, streaming speeds, and buffer read times. A reduction in streaming/rendering dependencies has improved performance, and new parameters will allow the devs to modify the render graph's shader storage and ownership state. These features were added alongside ongoing bug fixes to visual regression states with a focus on render to texture system. As part of ongoing UI refinements and unifications, the silhouette/highlight feature is currently being improved with a softer and brighter outer glow. The minimap also received a ping effect, which will blink around objects for improved in-game navigation. Minimap is the new thing that they've been porting over from Squadron 42 that will give you kind of a local area of what you're looking at when you're flying around it or moving around it. So, the feature team is working on bringing the new unified water shader into the game. adding details such as puddles that splash on impact and fixing collision detection issues on larger water volumes. A new system to manage water simulations is also in progress that will activate regions upon collision, deactivate them when they are have settled, and constantly monitor and protect performance by limiting active stimulations. Meanwhile, a new hash map system for allocating water buffer regions and large surface area friendly water volumes is actively being worked on, so the new unified water buffer system can be enabled by default. Effectively, they're kind of they're entirely reworking how water works in Star Citizen, so it should look better based off of a lot of this stuff. The World Builder system saw a variety of improvements last month, including major refactor to the high-level logic that runs background jobs, which should significantly reduce latency, avoid stalls, and simplify the code. In addition, Planet Ocean patches no longer render in duplicates, and the planet streaming system was fixed for Gen 12. The VFX programming team fixed issues impacting damage maps. Attached objects now correctly update their damage maps, and an issue causing unexpected data to appear in snapshots is being investigated. For VFX-specific work, an issue preventing group child effects from spawning correctly was addressed, and the bugs on separator tags and external referencing were fixed. In-game branding. Last month, in-game branding continued building various assets for an upcoming event and worked alongside locations on navigational signage for New Babbage. That might be for the Blockade Runner. That could also be another one. It could also be like CitizenCon or IAE. It probably is IAE in terms of the event, because that's considered an event. They also began work on underground facilities, working closely with concept and sandbox teams on different mock-ups for the commercial lobbies. That's the new UGFs, not the new UGFs, not the new UGFs that are coming out soon. Complicated. Watch ISC for that whole discussion. Progress was made on the final touch-ups for Pyro 2. Final touch-ups. It sounds like they're kind of finishing up Pyro in a lot of ways. So. Interactables. July saw the Interactables team close out and polish work on Pyro's consumables and shop and prop content. They also created content for Subscriber Flare. We getting trash cans for Subscriber Flare? Yes, finally I can be the trash man. Watch these be Subscriber Flare, different colored trash cans. Oh, I'll laugh if that actually happens. Lighting. The lighting team polished and cleaned up various locations around Pyro and worked on the system's gas clouds. Back in Stanton, they progressed with tasks for Crusader's new platforms. Locations EU. The locations team continued working on Pyro's rundown stations, with a focus on completing polished tasks. So, this confused some people on my Discord. For those of you who don't know, there are two types of stations in Pyro. There's the rundown stations, which are the stations that we were like the outlaw stations, which are effectively the stations we have now in Stanton, for like the L stations or the stations around planets, but in Pyro. So they're just trashed versions of those. And then there's Ruin Station, which is more like Lorville or Olisar or Area 18 or New Babbage. It's the landing zone for Pyro, but it's a space station instead of a landing zone. But it's that scale and that size. If you look at the, I want to say they showed off at CitizenCon last year. They showed off a little bit of it. So that's the two difference. So there are stations in Pyro. They're just owned by pirates, or gangs. Improvements were also made to... Did I get through? No, I haven't finished yet. They also improved signage around New Babbage, improved and bug fixed the new Crusader platforms, and worked with a mission feature team on mission features on new content. The Sandbox team progressed with Outpost for Pyro and continued their extensive work on the updated underground facilities. Improvements were also made to Pyro's planets, and new technology for clouds was looked into. Cool. Someone tried to enhance this. Is like, is this the new resource system? No, it's just a placeholder system. Locations, Montreal. In July, the Montreal's location team progressed with additional derelict settlements, which passed Greybox before moving to the final phase. Progress was made on underground facilities, too. Once the above content is delivered, the team will return to ongoing building interior mandate. So the building interiors aren't built yet. They're working on UGFs. So it looks like the UGFs, the new UGFs, the ones that are going to not replace the UGFs now, but work alongside them, the one with lobbies and stuff like that. Those are being focused on right now by Montreal, and then once they get that done, they'll be working on the building interiors. That's the dynamic building interiors for buildings and landing zones and such. So I think this is the lobby, or at least like a kind of, yeah, you can see back here a little bit of the lobby. So narrative. Last month, narrative continued syncing with the various design teams to push development on Pyro, specifically focused on mission content, local mission providers, establishing the tone and voice of how missions should be presented, and examining the overall mission system will change when the new system is added. To answer that last one, it's led to some interesting discussions about missions that cross over from Stanton to Pyro and vice versa. Narrative team. Elsewhere, the team supported the NISC Hull C by implementing the latest version of the air traffic control behavior, which will allow players to request a landing spot to load and offload their cargo. This has also led to resurrecting work on the overarching ATC behavior, with some potentially exciting updates that will be discussed in the near future. I'd like to keep this very tame because CIG, I remember talking to Dave Haddock, and Dave Haddock was super interested in like the new experience, new player experience, saying like, we gotta kind of mesh this all with the universe, and it felt very much like he was talking about the system as it would be, how do you present new players the universe? And in the end, they threw a freaking block of text at you to read to understand the universe. So I wouldn't go far with the ATC right now. This may just be narrative talking about exciting effects that will eventually get shit-canned and tossed down the road for another time. So keep that in mind. I may be a little bitter about that. The narrative team is also expanding to include 2 dedicated narrative designers who will bridge the gaps between narrative design and AI. They will look at all NPCs, from mission givers to population characters, and refine their behaviors to make them feel more alive and ultimately establish the tone and flavor of the game's various locations. For example, make the people of Hurston feel distinct from the people of Orison. Very cool. I'm glad it's being done, but I'm sad that it's just now getting done, getting started. On the website, the team released some answers to the community's burning questions about another installment of Lore Makers, and published another installment of Galactopedia articles at the end of the month. Online Services Montreal. The Online Services team spent July further refining the new inventory ID feature and addressing issues that came up during the formal QA testing pass. Time was also spent working to plan to refactor several of the backend services to gRPC, as well as modernize them with new features. This is the first time I've seen gRPC. I don't know what that means. Lastly, they researched an easy anti-cheat sanctions and enforcement. R&D. In July, further updates were made to the atmosphere and volumetric cloud rendering. Guided sampling used in the cloud Raymarcher was updated based on the last month's improvements to transmittance profiles. The profiles themselves received additional filtering, stochastic resampling to reduce occasional block artifacts due to profile reuse. Moreover, temporal render mode, currently being developed for atmosphere and volumetric clouds, was switched to a low discrepancy-based sequence of sample offsets that are used to set up arrays for ray marching over time. Based on recent research publications, cloud shadow maps can now be stochastically filtered, which considerably improves performance and render quality. The new temporal renderer mode will be will use the stochastic, I can't even say that word, stochastic texture filter by default. UI made improvements to the data heist screen throughout July, which involved working closely with mission features. They also worked on the style variant for screens throughout Pyro. So there's a mission, a data heist mission that has been talked about and kicked around for a long time. It's likely going to come out sooner rather than later, but it's not going to come out in 320. It's definitely one of those big ones, though. I believe that's the one that involves you having to steal something from Crusader. So it's effectively the mission from 2019 CitizenCon. Something around that, something like that, though. Chat is saying the RPC is a remote procedure call used for connecting services in and between data centers. Okay. I don't think I've seen that before in the monthly reports, though. The core technology team improved building blocks runtime performance as the recent addition of new UI assets led to an increase in size and complexity. This involved coding more aggressive solutions for skipping hierarchy selection updates, which led to reduced CPU footprint and significant performance gains. It's good. The team also continued adding new features to bindings and building blocks, including a color picker, pigmentation widget, and stepped lines for the designers. I know that's tempted to be, say, a color picker for pigmentation widget, so people are being like, oh, so we can pick colors for our UI. No, that's for the designers. That's a tool for the designers, so it won't be for players. I hate to crush your dreams like that, but it's not quite there yet. Finally, UI worked alongside graphics to develop a new internal map system to help players navigate the game's complex cities, planets, and capital ships. This will be a real game changer for players, and we're really excited by its progress. It's a pretty big one. That's a big one that they're trying to improve for like navigation. It's also going to involve, I think, the ping system as well, the FPS ping system in the future. So, VFX. Last month, the VFX team continued working with the interiors and exteriors of several Pyro locations. The visual style of these locations differs greatly from many Stanton-based areas, which has been a welcome challenge for VFX artists, both technically and artistically. VFX. They also completed their VFX pass on Size 5 bomb and 3 upcoming vehicles. All right. So I wouldn't say it's a very meaty one. It's not a blow you out of the water thing. But I'd say it's a fairly meaty, a solid monthly report. Nothing blowing you out of the water. Some kind of cool updates. Going back through this, UI is getting improvements. There's a lot of talk about the new mini-map that's been worked on. New updates for cloud rendering, which is being researched into. Working on some PES stuff. The narrative team has 2 new designers who are specifically there to create AI, things like AI to make them feel different. So behavior of AI in places like Lorville will be different from Alisar, which is good, kind of good thing, as well as an update to the ATC. Lots of discussion on working on the underground facilities, as well as Pyro outposts and Pyro stations and planets. There's a lot of lighting updates for stuff. Interactables is working on things. In-game branding was working on stuff for CitizenCon and for, or not for CitizenCon, for IAE. Let's see. Gen 12 and Vulcan integration's been starting. Mission's been working on Ship Trespass, on Blockade Runner. Rastar's been improving things, cargo missions, and reputation-based stuff has been worked on too. Gameplay features working on the tractor beam, salvage munching stuff, and improvements to mining. Skill progression has started, as well as player traversal, so it allows you for like sliding. Lots of stuff for the engine. Community teams working on community stuff, CitizenCon and such. New audio stuff for ships. We also see a lot of like the Tumble Storm is being worked on. The A1 is going through final art. The C1 is going through its gray box phase. The X1's in gray box. There's let me count these. 2 new variants with Lot 0 phase, and as chat's pointed out, there's been a leak. I'm not going to go too in depth, but it is a Drake ship, which has been leaked as it's getting variants, and it's probably the one you like, probably the one you want. If you want to look that up, I'm sure there's plenty of other stuff out there for that one. The Centaur Yi is in Lot 0. The X1's being worked on. Say that again, probably. There's like 3 new ships. A new ship plus several variants is being worked on. Another ship variant is being worked on. And the big one, the Polaris has entered, fully entered white box at this phase, which is good. Good sign. The Headhunters and Dusters are continuing to be worked on. We're seeing animations for takedowns and player prone animations and new lines and facial animations for NPCs. Lots of stuff for AI tech as well. Stuff like transitions between EVA environments and gravity, and being able to move from different zones. So an AI can now wander out of a UGF across a plane and towards Lorville if they wanted to. So all solid stuff, nothing blowing you out of the water, though I do want to know your thoughts down below in the comments. Let me know what stood out to you, or if this all sounds like garbage to you, let me know in the comments below. Thank you for watching. Again, join these wonderful folks on Thursdays at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern, twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive. And like I say all the time, hope to see you someday in the black. All right. Ooh, capsule. So those of you who just came in, I was doing the capsule, so I didn't see. I saw a bunch of people talking and be like, what's going on? We're not finished yet, though. We're still streaming. If you all have any questions about this, I want to know your thoughts as well. So instead of stochastic, just say random. Stochastic doesn't mean random, though, does it? Any news on ground vehicle driving physics? It's part of the update for 320. That's last we heard. Trash Man Charlie. The hostility, that's a big one. Disruptors and EMP. I think it's going to be, what's it called? The new, or the temporary solution. The soft death system, so. What? Ninetales is way better than Xeno. It was Slipstream, you're high if you think that the Ninetales lockdown was better than Xeno Threat. Still no mobile suits in this one? You mean the Titan suits? Yeah, we're not going to see Titan suits until after Squadron 42. We're not going to see the nice big mecha suits until after Squadron is released. Your honest opinion as a backer. For what? Oh, people talking about headless? Xeno needs a redesign if with the new stuff, rather than the whole one SU box. I love the concept of Ninetales lockdown. The implementation is lacking. Yeah, it's too long and too weird. How do you think the ground vehicle physics affects the chance of Ranger being released? I mean, it needs to be done before the Ranger is released, but there's a bunch of other things they need to do before the Ranger is released. Stochastic means to determine something randomly. Okay. I absolutely love the Rangers. That is the thing I will simp for no matter what. Like, I have a Ranger. The info runners are infamously saying never buy ground vehicles because we know that they're not worth the money you're paying for. You can get them in game pretty easily, so there's no value in buying them. But fuck you, I'm gonna have one because I fucking want my Akira bike. Just fix invisibility. Yeah, just solve world hunger, Slayer. Just pay me money, right? Pay me a living wage, Slayer. You personally. It's saying a lot. Just fix this. Yeah, just fix it. Just make it work. What Drake variants are you coming? It's the not the Cuddy Purple. It's the Cutter. But I didn't want to say it on a YouTube video because not everyone necessarily wants to be spoiled on the fact that there are 2 variants of the Cutter coming out. Hey Paul, do you have such a chubby? Why do you have such a chubby for the X1? Dragonfly has been out since Equal Guaranteed is not pretty. Ashman, the reason why I have such a chubby for the X1 is because CIG seems to have forgotten that it exists. It exists, and it's such an easy win for CIG that I will not hold it. I will not stop holding it over their heads. That they have decided not to build a ship that they could have built 3 years ago because they're bored with it. It wasn't high priority. You have so many fucking ships which are currently blocked by the fact that there's just no gameplay for them. The X1 has gameplay for it. It's done. It's ready to go. It's been ready to go for several years. What the fuck? That's just bad prioritization. People paid money for it. I don't give a shit if you're bored by it. I don't care if somebody else has been, it's hard for you to get excited about the design that's that old. Fucking suck it up, grab your balls, and do your job. Like, I don't get angry at CIG too often, but when I do, it's shit like this, which is like, people paid for this. I don't give a fuck if you're bored. Do your fucking job. Yeah, it would be one thing if like the hover system didn't work, but they introduced a new hover bike instead of the X1 to test hover. And then they released the 400i with a bespoke X1 bay without the X1 being done. And then they just had to be reminded that the X1 existed for them to even put somebody on the goddamn job to finish it. Like, what the fuck? But they delayed it. They fucking delayed it from this year. They were starting to work on it earlier this year, and then they delayed it even longer. Like, what the fuck is going on? Sorry. And I may be entirely out in the wrong with that. See, I'm sure someone in the CIG SIP team could go in a lengthy explanation as to why it wasn't there. But as somebody who makes a lot of excuses for CIG, I'm okay with going in and saying there are some things like I really want the Ranger, but I understand they haven't built a motorcycle before, so they need to kind of figure out how to do that to make it work well. Is it a good excuse? It's a pretty flimsy excuse, but I can at least accept it. Big capital ships, there's no gameplay for them yet. Makes sense for them not to be putting in there. There's a lot of ships that CIG is working on that they really don't need to put in there. Like, the whole B would be nice, but the whole A exists, the whole C exists. The whole D and E would be nice, but the whole A and the whole C exists. You know, I can see why they may want to like kind of work on other things other than that. The X1 is a tiny ass fucking ground vehicle that they could have done so many years ago. There's just no excuse for it. I don't really care a lot about CIG ships. It's just one of those. It's just one of those things that, like, I don't want to get yelled at by people in the comments about things like oh well, CIG is obviously a scam, and it's like it's one of those easy wins that CIG could have done, and people paid money for it. You know, like. I can't go over, I'm just beating a dead horse at this point, but it's like, if the technology is there, and they have built ships that are similar, in a similar role, it should be done. Yeah, and they released the Lynx. But the Lynx was never sold, Cow Tipper. The only way you could have gotten the links before was if you bought the Phoenix. They never sold the links individually. They sold the X1 individually. I just tuned in and I knew this was about the X1. Yeah, that's the other thing. Just the audacity to sell a ship with a dedicated X1 hangar and not have the X1 released is like, what? So the answer is, I don't care about the X1. Quite honestly, I don't own one. Couldn't give a fuck about it. But CIG should have. What's your favorite ship that's not available yet? Not available yet. The Ranger. I would have said the Corsair, but the Corsair is done. I never fucking fly my Corsair, but I will when Pyro comes out. CIG has so many small wins with small vehicles and ships they skip on. I don't know why. Like, once the X1 comes out, I'm going to start screaming about the G12, because the G12 needs to be done as well. But, like, I don't get it. Like, the only thing I can think of is that they just don't have people to work on it, which means that they don't want to dedicate time and effort to it. But then they'll build a brand new ship from scratch, like the Fury. It's like, could that not have been done on the X1 or the G12? Like, I get you're trying to get new people in, you want to give them some wins under the belt, but like, okay, like. I want a Titan suit too, but it's never been sold, so I understand why. Hey, Paul, I'm not sure if you're answered, just got in. But how much more time do you think the C1 will take after the A1 is flight ready? Well, it's currently, as of the last monthly report, it's currently in gray box, and the A1 is in, I want to say, final art. So probably IAE. We'll know more as of next month. For the August monthly report, if it moved from gray box to Lot 0, it could be done with IAE or before the end of the year. So, wasn't the Fury a test bed for the thrusters for the Centaur? Yeah, it was also the first project that they gave to a new hire. A lot of these ships are like I think it's the same thing with the Storm. I'm pretty sure whatever this new ship that's coming out that's going to have two variants on it. The three variants of this new ship, whatever that is going to be another new hire project. We know that the cutters are almost certainly been done by Montreal as their project for getting into ship design. So, listen, if you really want to push my button with the X1, you can aid me in my quest to push the X1 to being to being notified by CIG, because we're going to promote the X1 for Best in Show. It's not eligible because it's not out yet, but god damn it, I'm going to put my fucking foot down and be like, let's make memes and videos and images and just whatever to just say the X1 should be nominated. Never will win, but do it anyways. Yeah, you can discuss leaks here. As far as I know, it's not even been in any Evocati builds. We still haven't had the new updated PTV either. The thing that CIG promised they would do this year to hold us over because we were going to have the PTV win and they decided not to do it. Yeah, remember that.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Sandy Sanderson just resubscribed for 14 months.
Thank you, Sandy, for that 14 months of support. You were very important, pupper, very impressive, Mr. Vaney pedestrian. This is your fault. You should drink a match. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Being cautiously optimistic in the next release. We're slowly getting back to 3.0, where it's possible that either promises or are starting to be back released. That earlier promises. What are you talking about? The hopeless Nick. Paul's going to end up with another ship in his inventory we exchange to sell. I actually like the X1. Like, I don't hate the X1. I just, like, I don't know. UTV, that's another one. But that was never sold, like PTV. 500i in the G12 bay, yeah. .320 is going to be a good release. I think, but I don't think it's going to be the best release. We're really waiting on new cargo stuff being done, which probably isn't going to be to 4.0. Might be earlier, who knows? It's hard to tell what's going to happen. We might see a 321. We'll know more after 320 is released, and we'll probably know more after CitizenCon. Likely what's going to happen is Chris Roberts is going to send up and do a massive fucking show, or he'll show up and he'll make the announcement that 4.0 is taking longer than they anticipated and that he should expect it in a certain amount of time, and then do a huge show so that like everyone forgets that the 4.0 has just been delayed for a year or something like that. But so do you think CIG is going to give 400 owners an X1 to apologize for not releasing the X1? No, because CIG is cheap. There's no way they give 400i owners the X1. They'll give you the option to upgrade with an X1 for a price. They never give away free ships. Like, I'm lucky they give me free ships sometimes. And every time I open my mouth with saying shit like this is a great way of getting me to get that ship pipeline get cut off. Not going to stop that, though. A huge show. Iris, we're talking about a 2-day show. This is what I mean. What other ships are you? What other ships are you happy about? Happy about? I'm happy with the Cutlass. I'm happy with the Corsair. The Freelancer needs some updates, but I'm happy with it. Those are ships I'm happy with. Where are all those people who were saying 4.0 by the end of 2025? I don't know. I was saying that I'm not happy at any ships. I was saying that I was hoping for 4.0 to come out in like Eva Cati before the end of the year, like 318 did, and it'd be released in like spring of next year. But it looks like it's going to take a little bit longer. The 525 assault with a bomb bay when you want to delete ground in style. The problem right now is that like there are so many people who are like, it's 5 years before we see 4.0, or like it's going to be a decade before 4.0, and then there are people who are saying it's going to come out at the ass end of 2025, like 2024. And I'm like, no, I think CIG is going to drop 4.0 when they absolutely can. But the fact that we've heard fuck all about 4.0 recently makes me say that they're probably delaying that information until CitizenCon. And if they're delaying that information to CitizenCon, it's not good. Do I have an IE spreadsheet yet? No, I'm not going to buy anything. God, I fucking hate that. I think I've already said that live before Vastin, but I hate the fact that like my grandkids will be able to play it. It's like, yeah, thanks. Thanks. So I'm sure you're just referencing like that's what people are saying, but I just fucking hate that saying. I fucking hate it. It's like I compare it to like retail. You know, if you're working retail, you're checking a customer out and something doesn't scan and you're just really wanting to scan it because you just want to get the fuck done with your shift and this thing doesn't want to scan. You don't want to walk all the way to the back, the other end of the store to get another copy of this just to scan it and then figure out you just, or you have to like search it to the database. It's gonna be a pain in the ass. And the guy across the way is a little awkward, so he goes, "So it's not scanning, it's free, right?" God, you don't know how many times I wanted to throw something at somebody for saying that. And I know I'm not the only one. That's what it feels like when someone says, my grandkids will be able to play Star Citizen, or, oh, you're talking about aliens in the game. I haven't seen aliens in the game. When are they going to come in? When the heat death of the universe? I'm so clever. Like, shut the fuck up. Yeah, I know. I'm hoping for an underwhelming release for 320 where CIG is concerning on stabilization versus expectation. I mean, 320 is already pretty good. Arena Commander is coming out with a lot of new updates, which is good. Missions are updating a little bit. Let's see what else we're getting. New ship, Whole Sea. New, at least for the Whole Sea, we're getting a new like cargo mechanic. I'm hoping that's more than just Whole Sea, but right now it's just specifically mentioned for the Whole Sea, so it's hard to tell. I think we'll get early 4.0, early to mid next year. It's hard to tell. Like, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head because CIG has been so tight-lipped about it. As a result, I couldn't tell you when it's coming out. That's the bad part. And if we hear about it at CitizenCon, my guess is it'll be next CitizenCon. I'd love to see it in, July or June of next year. Don't think so, though. The CIG doesn't work like that. If anything that can be in July or June is going to be delayed until October. So. Yeah, I mean, that would mean that they're dropping 4.0 alongside Invictus, which would be a fucking disaster. Have they ever talked about a patch this far in advance? No. 4.0 has always had high expectations for it since 3.0 launched. You're not going to see stabilizations, though, Hopeless Mick, because anything that's been done to stabilize Star Citizen is going to end up being wasted effort, because the next patch, like 321, will be a garbage pile in comparison. That's the problem. I hear a lot of people say, just fix the game right now and then add more things. The problem is every time they add more things, everything they've done to fix, like stabilize the game, breaks again. So they just put all this work and effort into making a game function that they break the next patch. So that's why games like this aren't developed like this. So. Question. So do you think CIG did all those upgrades to Arena Commander to buy time because they have PS issues, scalability issues that will take time to work out? Almost certainly Arena Commander was fast-tracked because they realized, because here's the thing, Ashman, you gotta understand. Arena Commander was not fast-tracked because of 318. It was fast-tracked last February. Like not 2023 February of 2022 was when the Arena Commander team was fast-tracked. And it was in June that we heard that Chris Roberts say basically it was gonna take them 6 months to a year for PES and for server meshing to stabilize and released and stabilized. So they definitely fucking had an idea back 2 years ago or last year that this shit was possibly going to happen. So they put more effort into the team. The team came out swinging. And for those of you who don't know, I 100% called this shit back in January. I said this is going to be the year for Arena Commander and missions. And those are the two things that are getting heavily interested in. Why? Because neither of those require server meshing. FYI, I work in software development in English and not crapping on CIG for the devs. No, I get you. But you know what I'm talking about, Ashman, then. If you work for software developing. This would be like polishing, it would be like optimizing something, like a build in the middle of alpha. It should be terrible. Which developers do not give access to alpha to the public, makes development a whole lot harder. What about engineering gameplay? We've heard a lot about the resource stuff. They've basically said that they needed the resource system to function before they can get engineering gameplay done. They seem to be on track of getting the resource gameplay done this year, which means that engineering gameplay would be done after resource gameplay. So next year, probably. Next year, mid-year. I think it's a bit of a BS answer to not stabilize because it firstly makes the game enjoyable for people who have given hard-earned cash to play the game, and working on stabilizing it does come with its learning curve. CIG doesn't not do optimizations, but the Dasher, they do optimizations. But the question becomes, how much time do they want to spend on optimizations for the game that's in development versus developing the game to get it done faster? That's the question. And that's the question that CIG is always balancing. And what do you want to optimize to give the best options here and there, those sorts of things. Now, as a result, it means that CIG is developing slower. The reason why Star Citizen is taken 11 years is because of this method. Guarantee it. The game would be much faster. We'd be enjoying the game in a much more complete state if they didn't release it like this. But they did, and it's the only reason why this game exists. So that's the constant balance. But to sit there and expect Star Citizen to be running smoothly, 30 FPS, no bugs every patch, or to like spend a year just to improve the gameplay elements, only to break it because I have to add new core tech later, it just doesn't. That's not how it works. When's the next free fly? Probably CitizenCon, which would be in October. I mean, I'm having burnout. I don't think they're having burnout. '22nd, 23rd is CitizenCon. Okay. That was the 21st, but I didn't remember exactly. I know it's that weekend. 21st and 22nd, I believe, actually. This 22nd, 23rd would be on Monday and Sunday, so. Optimization with Skyrocket backing. Skyrocket backing. Yeah, but then you would have zero movement. Well, there's two problems. Number one, DJ AJ, is that Star Citizen's, like, there's definitely a drop in interest in Star Citizen. There are less people streaming it. There's less people watching it. There's less people doing content on YouTube. There's less activity on social media. And that has a lot to do with Star Citizen being in a weird place. 3.18 released, 4.0 is nowhere in sight. We have no idea when it's coming out. We won't see another system for a while, at the very least. And 3.18 was a disaster. Like, there's a reason why they haven't done the post-mortem release for 318 or 319, because it would basically just read, this was garbage, we needed to fix everything. Or it would be like 20 pages long of how fucked up it was. But there was no options. They had to deliver it as it was, because there was no way they could test it currently with the amount of stuff they had. They live and learn, they improve upon it. But that means that the hype was absolutely killed. For the game, the patch, which effectively was hyped for 8 months, turned into a garbage fire. And the fix afterwards was an additional garbage fire. It took almost like 5 patches before it was finally stabilized with 319.1. So, and by that, 319.1 came out in June. So, like, they killed their momentum with any kind of build up. So as a result, interest waned. And when interest wanes, content creators don't see as many numbers, which means less likely to cover Star Citizen, which means that Star Citizen gets less hype. And on top of that, Starfield is around the corner, so a lot of people who would be covering Star Citizen are covering Starfield, good or bad, and a lot of people are interested in that sort of content. A lot of people are going, oh, I'm going to play Starfield and come back, play Starfield and never play Star Citizen again, or come back and play Star Citizen. So this is a unique kind of coalition of events where CIG fucked themselves pretty hard. And on top of that, when they actually have attention they have to fight for attention with another big release. So. Comments on optimization. For your car folks, think of building a sports car. You build it, make it work, then you tune it. For others, you buy or rent a house, move in, and customize your needs. Yeah. For optimization would be like build your build a car, and then halfway through the building car, you tune your engine, or you try to get the radio to work while driving. I already said Star Citizen community's activity is at all-time low. Community morale is also low, even for the most traditionally optimistic backers. Star Citizen will come back. I have yet to see all of the doom and gloom posts be right. Eventually they will be, but I don't think they will. Star Citizen is just at an all-time low because there just isn't anything really interesting. Like, to be fair, how many people outside of hardcore fans are really interested in Arena Commander? I'm interested in seeing it. I'd love to see what happens, because I also know that it means things for like Squadron 42, but who gives a shit? Like, people didn't back the game so they could play Arena Commander. They backed the game so they can fly to different planets and different star systems. And unless the game is getting a massive optimization boost, a huge graphical update, or new content like missions and star systems, it's really hard to hype. Or if it got like a capital ship, people would be happy, but so, that's not to say everyone's feeling the pinch. According to Salty Mike, he's doing fine. It's the kind of content he makes, though. So the content he makes is like news related. I'm sure anybody who's doing news stuff is doing pretty well, is eating pretty well. But I know that my content, which is, lore based, definitely drop off in interest. Content for things like this and like YouTube or like Twitch, I'm actually doing really good. Like, right now, there's 131 of you watching on Twitch and like 50 of you, 45 of you watching on YouTube. Like, we're pretty good. Normally, if I get above 100, it's a good day on Twitch. And I haven't really had a drop off in that. So, hey. Hot take, duping killed this patch? Probably did. CAG Salty's doing fine, but his type of content works. But his type of content works. No, I mean like news content. Mike's he understands he's learned how YouTube works. And Mike's content is always focused on the news and latest cutting updates. So if he releases a video, like reaction videos, which do really well on YouTube, great. And if he's not doing reaction videos, he's doing news updates. You can do that by collating news and letting it out there. Gives a lot of people content. It doesn't require a ton of visual presentation, like say Morphologist or Space Tomato. And it doesn't require a lot of research, like detailed research, like I have to do. Sure, he does research and has to find information, but like lore content sucks ass. Like you have to like comb through 15 different archives to get like scraps of information about something. Plus, I also have to edit it a little bit differently than Mike does. So like Mike's content is easier to make. It's evergreen in the sense that if someone's looking for content and news, people turn to him for content and news, which is fine, which is great. It's like Board Gamer does the same, Super Mac Brothers, they all do great, but that's just not the content I make. So. Well, Grumpy is playing for a lot of reasons. The card engine is a bad analogy. Not really a bad analogy. The concept is you can't really build the plane while it's flying. Doesn't really work that well. It'd be interesting if it would match me to my skill level and not a room of 3 reigning kings, no life to arena commander 16 hours a day. If there's enough population, it will. Hard to give up on a game when you got over 10k in it. I'm in for the duration. As I said at the very beginning, there's no game like Star Citizen. There will never be a game like Star Citizen again. Unless there's some significant socioeconomic changes in the world, Star Citizen is going to be a unique experience, both in its development and in terms of its content. We'll never see something like this, because there's no economic incentive for something like this. I'm not going to go into the weeds, but CIG doesn't make a lot of money compared to other game developers, considering how much work they have to do. And so, like, many people have claimed the death of Star Citizen in the past. They've always been wrong. There's no reason to believe that they're going to be right now because Bethesda's making a game. The problem is we've entered a phase in CIG's development where things are going to be excruciatingly slow. And I know a lot of people are like, but Paul, it's been excruciatingly slow before. You know it hasn't, not comparatively. Between 3.0 and 3.17, the game has been wicked fast. There have been some great additions and updates from that. We had the original Jump Town. We've had the event systems being added. We've had increased player cap. We've had better performance. We've had new missions, new planets, tons of new ships, new mechanics, salvage, mining. Like, there's shit tons of stuff that's been done in 3.0. It helps since 3.0 was released in like 2016. So it's been almost 7 years since it was released. But we really haven't had a slowdown like this since 2.0 to 3.0 scale. And we've gotten double whammy of that because 3.18 was that, and then 4.0 is going to be that same thing. So reality, if they can produce what's promised, it will be reprogramming technology as we can imagine. This is why I continue to the best dumpster fire, something to think about. How many times did I hear Elite Dangerous Odyssey is the Star Citizen's killer? It did the opposite. A lot of people from Elite abandoned Elite after Odyssey because of the botched release of Odyssey. But I wouldn't be surprised if 4.0, because I mean, I think 3.18 was the equivalent of the Odyssey release, though I think CIG did a better job of handling it. They were much better at the narrative about it, about talking about it. At the time, and even today, I'm sure a lot of people would disagree with me, but I think CIG did a better job of communicating the problems than FDev did at the time. But yeah, I think just a big thing. Not just a Bethesda game that they'll release 17 times on 34 platforms, 51 different editions. Setting a low bar there. Communication is a lot. Like you don't. I think a lot of people don't realize how much communication, how much people are willing to forgive you if you communicate properly. There's a reason why most marriages that end in divorce have to deal with communication around money. And a lot of times it was stuff that if the one person talked to their significant other about it, they'd be okay with. Like, it's the distrust, it's the lack of building, trust between two individuals. In this case, it's from the organization, Cloud Imperium Games, and its fan base. And while CIG has done some fucky things in the past and continues to do fucky things, player gear sales, which is garbage, CIG's done a lot better than most game companies do. So. As far as I remember, though, FDev didn't communicate at all. It took them like a month to actually talk about it. I think Starfield will take people away from Star Citizen for sure, but I think it'll also attract an entirely new audience to Star Citizen. People who've played Starfield and are like, "This is good, but I want more." And they'll find out, "Hey, you want Starfield, but you can fly your ships and drive vehicles around on planets." People are like, "Tell me more." You know, in an MMO universe, multiplayer online, it'll happen. Let me put it this way. I released, let me pull this up real quick, just so I can give you some context here. Hey, Depot, thank you for gifting those 5 subs. You rock. All right, so give you some analytical data here. I released how every alien faction sees one another for Star Citizen lore. All right, 100% upvote rate, 29 comments, about 3,455 views. Okay, that was released July 15th. July 5th, a week before, I released Vandal Blade. About I got 2,692 views. Pretty good. About First Contact with Humanity, released on June 17th, 6,025. All right. Now that you've seen all that, I've told you all those about my Star Citizen lore videos, right? I release a video on July 22nd, so a week after, maybe a little bit over a week after the Alien Factions one. I released the Universe of Starfield kind of primer. 7,562 views. So when I say I'm going to cover Starfield, the views count for themselves. They speak for themselves. People want me to cover Starfield. They want me to cover Starfield more than they want me to cover Star Citizen. So I'm going to be covering some Starfield lore because I like Bethesda. I'm a big Bethesda fan. I've been a big Bethesda fan for a very long time. And they're really good at their storytelling. So I'm going to cover some Starfield lore. Will it be everything that I do from now on is Starfield? No. I'll go back to Star Citizen. And I'll definitely be covering Star Citizen while I'm covering Starfield. But it's going to happen. So it's a good example of, like, people will traipse off and do other things and come back. Yeah, we already did the monthly report.
Take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
The Rogue Italan just resubscribed for 8 months. Like the spice, the views must flow.
Thank you so much, Rogue Talon, for the Twitch Prime sub for 8 months. You are a very important public, very impressive, pisser, very neat pedestrian. This is your fault. We return your night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Right, it's spice of life, people. Yeah. But I also know that long term, if I do a Starfield video a month, I'll probably end up getting more views out of Starfield than I will Star Citizen, at least until Squadron 42 is out. And like I've said for a very long time, the Astro Historian, I say at the very beginning, my name is Paul Shelley, and welcome to the Astro Historian. This is a series, this is a channel where I cover the lore of sci-fi and space universes and discuss their impact. I don't say Star Citizen. I say sci-fi and space universes to discuss their impact, because that was always the point with the Astro Historian, was to do not just Star Citizen lore, but other lore. But, you know, Eckhart's Ladder does Halo, Star Wars, and I want to say one other. I can't remember. Maybe Star Trek. I think it's mostly Halo and Star Wars is what Eckhart's Ladder does. But he does 2, right? There's no reason why I couldn't do 2 games. And I'm a big believer in a rising tide floats all boats. So if Starfield does well, it'll attract more people to Star Citizen, and if Star Citizen and Squadron 42 does well, it'll attract more people back to other games in the genre. So, talking about other games, are you playing Baldur's Gate 3? I'm not. I don't have enough time to right now. I've got other things I got to do. Paul, are you most excited? What are you most excited for when Pyro gets announced or introduced, other than the new play area? Gangs and gang warfare. And the new lore of the different gangs and how they introduce one another, that's going to be cool. If anything, more Star Citizen players playing Starfield will bring better and newer ideas to Star Citizen community and will be better for it. Somehow in Starfield, I became a stealth archer. Oh, stealth archer. The default gameplay of all Bethesda titles. I just can't wait for the Space Minutemen to tell me that I need Space Preston Garvey telling me I need there's more space settlements that need my help. Eck covers miscellaneous sci-fi occasionally now, one-shot videos and books and short series. I'm not saying I'm going to become Eckhart's Ladder. I'm just saying I didn't start the Astro Historian with the idea that it's only Star Citizen. Still going to do a lot of Star Citizen, though. It's my main focus, so. Probably won't watch much Starfield because it's single player, and I don't want spoilers, since I'll probably wait a year after release for bug fixes. Now, Starfield type lore, I would watch. Yeah, I'm going to be playing it live, but I'll definitely be covering a lot of the lore there too. I think you said that earlier, Tech, that it'll be modified for multiplayer. Skyrim Together took a very long time for them to modify to get that to work, and it's still very janky. I don't think we'll see a official release for Starfield multiplayer, and I think any kind of development for Starfield multiplayer by players is going to take some time and some effort. I would give it another 2 or 3 years. And while Star Citizen does seem slow, 2 or 3 years out from development from this year would put Star Citizen well ahead of Starfield, of any modder's attempt at putting Starfield on there. That could easily be the addition of several new systems by then. Because really, what's holding Star Citizen back is 4.0. And if 4.0, once 4.0 comes out, all of the tech that goes into making star systems is done. They're just making tools to make it faster for it, which they'll do. So I think at that point, any kind of interest in Starfield multiplayer will be a very niche community that'll be dedicated mostly to kind of exploring that universe a little bit together and having fun. But you won't see it competing actively with Star Citizen at that point. I've ever covered Everspace lore. I haven't really, no. I really love lore. I like lore too. I'm a historian, so I like real life lore. I also enjoy fake lore too, or fake history. I just watched Star Citizen keynote from 2018 again. I was there live when they did that, so it was good. 2018 was solid. That's when they released the Squadron 42 trailer, I believe. So. It must be like, what, 8 to 16 players? I doubt you'd see more than 3 or 4. Have I checked out Alien Dark Descent yet? No, I haven't. Isn't that the RTS, though? I'm not a much... For those of you who don't know, I am a secret RTS enjoyer and turn-based strategy enjoyer. I love it. I was raised on those games, but I am terrible at them. So I'm not much of a streamer for those ones. Greatest blocker ever is server meshing. It is. It's the huge blocker for Star Citizen success. And it's just frustrating that it's taking so long. That's all. Really hope we get Squad 40 release date at Citizen Con there. I hope so too, Zach. I really do. That's my theory, my tinfoil hat theory. That's what we're gonna get. I have been streaming for over 4 hours now. I need to go to sleep because tomorrow morning I gotta get up bright and early. I'm gonna go shopping for back to school shopping. I need to get new shoes. I need to get new clothes. I need to get food for just normal shopping. I'm trying to think of what else I need. That's it. Yeah. So gotta do some bunch of stuff. New Trapper Keepers, yeah. That's right. School starting up again. Today I actually had to go back to work. So luckily it was just a setup day. So I came in, set up my room, got everything set up, which would have normally taken me a couple of hours. So I'm glad that I could go in and do that. So that it's good to go. Like my room's good to go. First day of school, I'm ready to go for school for the room. Now I just need to make sure I have my lesson plans all ready for that. So. What did I teach? High school. So secondary school, I mostly teach 12th graders, seniors. So. But I've taught middle school through high school.
Just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Obviously, dynamic server meshing is an important next step after static server meshing, but do you think dynamic server meshing is as big of a blocker as static meshing?
For some new threads, gotta look good for your first day back, open mouth smile.
Thanks for the $1 there, Doc Platypus. I'll make sure to get some nice threads for that. I'm just joking. Thank you so much for those 100 biddies, buddy. But dynamic server meshing isn't as important. Dynamic server meshing is mostly about increasing player cap, not fundamentally blocking technology. We know that like NPCs the new NPC systems can't be added to Star Citizen until server meshing is added. And there's lots of other things that need to be added. So, but like the difference between static and dynamic is just the number of players per server. That's about it. And the size of the server. I also got a factor sub. Thank you very much. Thank you for that, Dr. Platypus. Yeah, you did that on Saturday, right? Yeah, thank you for that. All right, y'all. Thank you for joining us. I will be back on Sunday. I will not be back on Saturday. Tomorrow is set aside for me and my wife to do family things as well as go shopping. So I will not have Captain's Table. There is no Captain's Table this week. We will have a Captain's Table next week. I haven't scheduled anybody for that one yet, but it will happen. And then on Sunday, we will be doing another lore expedition, another relic expedition. So that'll start at 1 p.m. Eastern and like 10 a.m. Pacific. We'll be going for about 4 hours. So if you want to join us, make sure you're joining us on Discord, !Discord for that. And yeah, thank you for hanging out. If you're watching this on YouTube, it's in the comments or in the description below is the Discord, so you can check that. Thank you again. Thank you again to Factor for everything. Hey, Deepa. Oh, dropping to $50 right before I drop. Thank you so much. Jesus Christ. That wasn't a call for money, y'all. It was just mostly me saying I gotta do these things. So join me. You can join me for that one. Fuck. I remember my first game. Cheers for family. Thank you so much for that. But yeah, and I want to have take some time on Saturday to work on more of the next complete history of Star Citizen. I keep trying to work on it. And I keep finding new later dates. So I'm gonna have to just cut it off and be like, this is good, and finish what I gotta do. So that should be out in this month for backers and for Patreons and for regular people as well. So I hope to get that done. But thank you so much. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. Later, y'all. There's nobody playing Star Citizen right now. Everyone's playing... let's go to Red Monster. Why not?